afternoon to our viewers and listeners at home, and welcome to another exciting edition of Itches and Voices. Itches and Voices is brought to you by NABVID, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, a non-governmental organization that advocates for persons with disabilities in Edo State. For a week or two now, we've been talking on inclusive education, a very important topic in the disability community. Because education, as we all know, is a leveler for everybody, including children with disability. And to do justice to our hearing impaired community is our sign language interpreter, Goodluck Omosi. And our guest for today is a stakeholder in the disability community, and is one of the most familiar faces we have on Itches and Voices. Is Kingsley Okoje. Welcome to the program today.
It feels good to be on Itches and Voices, and it's a bit weird for me sitting on this side of the divide.
Yeah, not this seat today. Welcome again.
Thank you.
And yeah, so for a week or two now, we've been talking on education, inclusive education. I think it's a topic we can never get tired of talking about because of the importance of education. And so, as a stakeholder in this community for a couple of years now, what would you give as an overview of the current education situation in the disability community in Edo State?
Oh, in Edo State, it's safe to say that it's far from what it ought to be. We all know that currently, globally, what's trending is inclusive education as opposed to segregated or integrated education that we currently practice in Edo State, and other countries are moving towards inclusive education. And the whole essence is to ensure that no child is left behind, is to ensure that every child have a sense of belonging. I remember in my secondary school days, because that was some sort of integrated education. We had classes with our sighted counterparts, but we needed to go to a special resource room to write our text and our exams. And for the times we would be there and we would not be in class, maybe just taking down our notes or writing our tests or exams, some students who will come and see us will say, why are you people writing your exams here? Oh, probably they are giving you some level of preferential treatment, and that made us feel some sort of way, because we will always get angry and say, no, it's the same thing you are answering in your class that we are answering here. But it would have been worse if they didn't see us in the same class with them. Seeing us in the same class with them made them understand that we can compete with them at the same level. That's what inclusive education does. It also made us make a lot of friends amongst our sighted counterpart, and we didn't feel any different from the rest of them, and they felt they understood our situation and knew exactly what to do around us. That's what inclusive education does. But when you segregate us, you separate us from the rest, it creates some sort of inferiority complex. But away from that, I'm not so happy that in Edo State here, I'm struggling to know if there's any government that has come and had a specific policy for education for persons with disability. Take a simple thing as reasonable accommodation in education. For example, I recall that during the 80s, there was a government policy that said that once a child with visual impairment leaves the primary school, he's taken to a secondary school with boarding facility. And I remember that secondary school was called Benin Technical College. The boys were taken there, and the girls were taken to Idia College. Now, the reason why this policy existed as at then was because I'm sure the government as at that time saw the need to ensure that access to education would not be a challenge, would not be a reason why a child with disability stays at home. So they decided to allocate persons with disability to schools with boarding facility. So that simple adjustment in policy, that simple administrative policy made it possible for students with visual impairment to be able to access education And I'm sure some of the big names you've interviewed on those programs, I don't want to start mentioning names now, we are beneficiary of that policy. Because if they had to pay for hostel accommodation, because as I learned as at then it was free, many of them were from poor parentage. Their parents will not be able to afford hostel accommodation. But because the policy made it mandatory that students with disability who are in boarding facility, the girls, like I said, went to Idia College, the boys went to Benin Technical College, that made a lot of persons with disability have access to education. But another government came and for whatever reason reversed that policy and said all students who graduate from their primary level should go to a day school with no boarding facility, and that policy has remained till today. So what you find now is that after primary education, a lot of students with disability just leave school, because don't forget, you only have one primary school for the blind designated here in Benin City. So what happens is that after the primary education, some of them cannot afford to be coming home, from coming to school from their various local government, and as such they just stay back. So you start wondering, if a policy was meant to solve a problem, why reverse the policy to create more problem? Whereas other states have moved into a situation where they are expanding their boarding facilities in other schools to accommodate more persons with disability in different local government. So you don't have a situation whereby they are only housed in a particular local government. So they'll say, okay, in Oredu, for example, they pick a particular school, they make it inclusive. In Orion, they pick a particular school. But here in Edo State, it's not the same. Speaking specifically, students are made to go to Yobe College. Yobe College has no facility to house persons with disability. The girls are made to go to Idia College. Idia College has no boarding facility that can accommodate. The one they have is a private arrangement and is expensive. Most children with disability cannot access it. So it's a bit, I think it's something the government in Edo State needs to look into. As I speak right now, I cannot tell you what the Edo State government policy on special education is. This has nothing to do with this present day government. It has been on for quite some time, and I think this government has the responsibility now to look into it and say, okay, you know what specific policy can we come up with to solve the issue of special education in Nigeria? The previous government did a bit. They came with Edo Best and Edo Best 2.0, but all of this educational program did not specifically address the needs, teaching and learning needs of students and pupils with disability in Edo State. So we are looking at the issue, because if there's no access, persons with disability will be left out. Access is key when it comes to the education of persons with disability. You have to even solve the issue of access first before you can even talk of inclusion. So that's what I think has been the major challenge in Edo State when you talk about special education. It's not just for the visually impaired. Same thing goes for those with hearing impairment. Another category of persons with disability.
Wow, thank you very much. That was very detailed. And then you mentioned something about students not being excluded with the old special education that is very different from inclusive education. To add to what you said, I think because one of the things we need to fund this, we need money, funds is needed. And I think that's the importance of integrated education. If every school is in different local government, teachers are trained, and students with disabilities are in those schools, we will not need to build different schools that will be called special needs schools. We can train teachers.
Yeah, but I think it's not necessarily all about funding. Okay. That's why I mentioned reasonable accommodation. What is reasonable accommodation? Making administrative, procedural, environmental adjustments to accommodate persons with disability. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
I don't want to mention the higher institution now, but there's a higher institution in Edo State here. A girl got admission. She's on crutches. She got admission into that institution, and classes were usually fixed on the 3rd and 4th floor of that faculty. And most time, she will have to rely on her fellow students to help her. They have to carry her like a bag of rice down the stairs, up and down the stairs, for her to be able to attend classes. And it got to a point she just felt that, you know what, I'm done. I'm tired of people carrying me up. And because it tells on her dignity. It makes her, you know, she does not feel comfortable doing that because there are no ramps, there are no lift. But what will a simple school administration do? That faculty, what will the faculty, the dean of that faculty, the management of that faculty, what would they do? They just think about reasonable accommodation to say, you know what, we don't have the money to build RAM now, but we can make some procedural and administrative or an environmental adjustment.
Yes.
Any class that will have this girl or persons with disability should take place on the ground floor.
Yes.
That does not require so much money to do.
Exactly.
Just like I talked about reasonable accommodation in terms of policy. It was a policy that said, you know what, any school that has boarding facility, that's where we'll fix students with disability. And that has taken care, because that's what's happening in Lagos. In Lagos, you have what they call Peshili School for the Blind. It's a boarding facility at the primary level. Once people graduate from there, the boys goes to King's College, while the girls go to Queen's College. That is how it ought to be in any other state. You look for a place that has accommodation that can house persons with disability. So sometimes it's not about funding. Funding is key, but sometimes it's about just making simple administrative adjustment, environmental adjustment to accommodate persons with disability.
Yes, that's actually what I'm saying. Instead of thinking about building a separate school or for students with disability, if they are integrated into the schools we have currently, and then those adjustments are being made, there will not really be need to want to create a separate school. Because now some people might think, okay, so students with disabilities should not be integrated into schools with children without disabilities. But if those adjustments are made, it will be way easier. It will.
Well, for that, I would say that it's a gradual process.
Oh, okay.
At the primary level, you cannot just introduce inclusive education where you just take a child with disability to a regular school and start practicing inclusive education immediately. It will have to take some level of progression for you to achieve that, because inclusive education has its technicality. And but to get there is to start by laying the blocks. So for instance, let's have, you know, decentralize the schooling. Why will a child from Akoko Edo come all the way from Akoko Edo to Oredo to access education? There should be a school in Akoko Edo that can accommodate children with disability. Same in Orion, same in Ovia. You know, at least if you decentralize it that way, we are starting from somewhere. I recall that Navid developed a roadmap or a blueprint for inclusive education.
Yes.
It has a short-term, medium, and long-term plan to achieve inclusive education. And I recall we presented this document to the immediate past administration. I'm hoping that government is a continuum, that this government will go back to that document and see how they can adopt it, make any adjustment they want to make, and make inclusive education a reality.
Yes, and I think the name of that document is Distress. Yes,
okay.
That is the name.
Yeah.
And then I want to take us a bit backward to where you started from. Let's talk about the emotional part. You mentioned how your counterparts, your sighted counterparts in school, they were able to integrate, like understand you better and all that. Can you tell us the experience and how to at least let the people understand the importance of not just separating students?
Well, I mean, it's that you can't. One of the things that helps in inclusive education is that when you are raising children, and from primary level, they can see persons with disability in their class. It makes it normative. So they don't see person with disability tomorrow and feel like, oh, it's one strange thing they are saying. From the very foundation, they've already started, you know, associating with children with disability in their classes. They are taught to support, to assist. And so imagine a child from that level who has been taught to assist a child with disability, maybe group learning, doing group work, and that child grows into a level of leadership tomorrow. Having stayed in an environment that has persons with disability, in formulating policy, he will think disability.
Very true.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but because a lot of persons have been detached from that reality, so when they find themselves in position of authority, disability is not a component that comes to their mind. It's something that is secondary. You have to do a lot of advocacy to make them remember that, oh, there are persons with disability, they are there, they exist. But if it's something that has been driven into their consciousness, because the government has a deliberate policy to make the classroom inclusive. So whether you are a child with disability or a child without disability, from primary level, you are associating, you are mixing up with a child with disability, it helps the orientation of that child. And not just the child without disability, even those of us with disability, if we mingle early enough, it takes away the issue of inferiority complex. It takes away the issue of lack of confidence. I'm just using different words, but I mean the same thing. So it helps you to integrate proper, and it builds your confidence.
And I think that's one of the reasons why now, not just on education, that's one of the reasons why I appreciate NAVID, because before coming into NAVID, there were a lot of things I did not know. There were a lot of stereotypes that I had in my head. And it shows how far, although it's getting better, the society is when it comes to the matter of disability. That's why this thing you just said is very, very true. Now let's dive a bit into some of the gaps, because now we cannot keep talking without mentioning some of the specific gaps that you think we have currently in education in the disability community. So if I should ask, what are some of the gaps that we're experiencing currently that you think the government should come to our aid on?
I think I would pick on the issue of assistive device, because in terms of teaching and learning, assistive device is very, very useful. And some of these assistive devices, they don't come cheap. You see, the whole essence of government or governance for me is to alleviate the plight of the masses. And so that's why subsidy is a big deal. That's why government all over the world subsidize certain things to make it affordable and accessible for their populace. There's no reason why, if you go to the United States, if you go to Great Britain, assistive devices are subsidized for citizens with disability. But in this country, it's not so. There are some assistive devices that's as expensive as £4,000, £3,000. I mean, convert that to Naira, you know what that means. So a lot of persons with disability cannot afford this assistive device, and that makes learning a bit difficult. I see no reason. This is why I talk about making certain policy statements. There's no reason why a child with disability, as soon as you're graduating from primary school, you're going into secondary school, as a matter of very, very urgent policy, government should make it mandatory. As you are going into your secondary school, as long as you're a child with a disability, you are handed a laptop. Because this is not the time and age where a child with disability, particularly those who are visually impaired, will have to rely on typewriters. Typewriter is way back, you understand? So you're handed a laptop. Because in any case, when budgetary allocation is made for education, one of the challenges is that when you look into that budgetary allocation for education, little or nothing is provided for special or inclusive education. Why? We should have budgetary allocation for education, and within that budgetary allocation, specific money reserved to cater for specific needs of persons with disability, and some of which should include assistive device for persons with disability, laptops, hearing aids, visual instructional materials for those with hearing, hearing impairment. I mean, I go to some deaf school and I'm surprised that they don't have visual aids to aid their learning. And you know that for a deaf person, visualizing what they learn is very important. And you put them in a school that has no light, that has no visual learning material. So what quality of education is that deaf child receiving? The education is definitely going to be poor. Now you have a child who is visually impaired in a world that has evolved, in a tech world, and there are no laptops for that child to start learning, even from primary 5. You understand? Yes. What type of learning is that child getting? It's zero. He moves to secondary school, he moves to the university, he's struggling to get a laptop. Whereas for a sighted counterpart, all he needs is a pen and paper. But for a blind child, he needs a laptop. It's very important. But not many persons with disability can afford a laptop. It's expensive, and that's where government comes in. Subsidize some of these things for the community of persons with disability so that they can have access to education. So I think the issue of assistive device, making it affordable for persons with disability, is a big gap. Then in terms of infrastructure, and this is at the tertiary level, because I'm quite familiar with that level, I find it very curious why a center of excellence, a university that is an eye tower, that's a citadel of knowledge, that should be an example of an ideal society. The university environment should be a template of how a functioning environment should be. And you walk into the university, you see that there are no accessible infrastructure for people with disability. Those on wheelchair, those on crutches, buildings are designed in such a way that they can have no access. Imagine I'm on a wheelchair, or I use crutches, and I'm in a university. I can't go and see my lecturer. Someone have to carry me because the way the buildings are structured. And these are professors, people with PhD. I don't know, when they design this building, how come they don't think disability? Now you are building toilets in schools. You are not thinking of designing the toilet such a way that there will be a child with disability that will come to stay in this hostel. Let's design toilets such a way that those on wheelchair, on crutches can access the toilet. Let's design the sink such a way that someone in a wheelchair can use the sink. Let's design the door in a way that someone on a wheelchair can open. These are little things you expect that the university should take the lead in designing such an environment that is inclusive. But you go to most of these universities, you see third form building structures everywhere, and they build structure, they don't take persons with disability into consideration. So sometimes I wonder, so if you have a vice chancellor, for example, in the course of his work, has an accident and is wheelchair bound, is the vice chancellor going to resign his work? Or a lecturer suddenly becomes wheelchair bound? Are you saying the lecturer should resign? So we must create a society that accommodates everybody. And some of these things does not take so much. It just takes common sense and realizing that this environment is not just for you alone. Yes. It's an environment that should accommodate and that should fit all. And that is why we often say that a society that is fit for one is a society that is fit for all. And no nation can claim civilization if you leave a segment of your society behind.
Wow, that's it. You ended it to a very interesting word. And every single thing you said is very, very true and very, very accurate. And I think because we're running out of time, I would want you to maybe, is there a closing word that you can put out there to the government, even maybe not just the government, people that are in position to help and make education more accessible for students with disability? Is there any word, any statement you'd like to put out there?
I would say, you know, when we talk about this thing, it's like we are begging for government to do what they ought to do. Education is, when you make this thing accessible and affordable for us, you're not doing us a favor. It's our right, and our right is our life. Because the only leveler for persons with disability is education. And once we are denied education, how do you deny us education? It's when you are making policies and you don't make those policies inclusive. It's when you are providing for education and you say, oh, we want to buy textbooks and notebooks for schools. But are you thinking, we are buying textbooks and notebooks. What about persons with disability? How are they going to access their material? What material also suit them? When you are building that school, do you think, oh, there might be a child on a wheelchair that will come to this school? Let's make ramps available for those buildings. When you are structuring a building in your university environment, do you think persons with disability? These little things matter. And I think it's high time we started to look at this area and make our environment more accessible and more inclusive for persons with disability. And in Edo State, my beloved state, I think we should take we should borrow a leaf from what other states are doing. If you look at within the Southwest, they've moved ahead in terms of, I'll use the word that we normally use, special education, even though we like to use inclusive education now. They move ahead. Education over there is more accessible, it's more inclusive for persons with disability. Here in Edo State was once Bende State. Midwest Bende State. So we are an old state. So we should take the lead in the South when it comes to special education in Edo State. I think in the South it's only University of Calabar that has a department for special education. I know Uniben is trying to work on something, but it's not a full-fledged department. We need to have a full-fledged department of special education in University of Benin that will provide the manpower for special education teachers within the South region. This is very important. And I want to use this opportunity to call on the Vice Chancellor, the great Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, to do something to look at that area, to ensure that we have a functioning department of special education so that we can produce special teachers, you know, that will serve Edo State and the South region of Nigeria.
Wow, thank you so very much, sir. And I think if there is anything we are going to take home today is the fact that all of this is not pleading, it is a right. And when persons with disability are given their rights, they are given a chance to live like each and every one of us. Oh, it has been an amazing time in the studio today with Kingsley Okoje.
And I must say you've done a good work by wearing my shoes, and it fits perfectly.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And of course, we've come to an end to this edition for this week, and you'll be joining us next week, Friday, where we'll continue. And remember, spot the itch and be a voice. Thank you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV Ile dunogo me wa be ne kai wa bota wa bi dani ho ogi bota o we se edono pebu mano hia gba gun ayeme na edene na unda we erima eruwa o hia we se epe already mana bi re ni madogun we edogun ameme ibota na uta ge ni ma gwan we dene na oye ijo na nwa no go me gwaye ugina ibota na oye otemere e Victor ibizugbe woto ni wan
adoniro wa ka de risi alawo ma ga guwa aro atagbe ewa ya kan mi mami honu wa ya he matana kekere ni wa ya we legbe owe na teme ma no manya na ari ni meri ni kere we no mo e no ya le ni ori ewugo afi gbe ra go wa aro
ọba atọpẹ ise iyo na wa meno hia wo munuri mana de na we gie ibota na oye oviwa otunwa pastor kabari ne ovi unamuri wa bi dan ho oteme ibizugbe ewu tage me na no dawe obono lare na tie iyo na nwa iyo na inwa wa ge
ni boyo
kiawo
o ma ya mi o
ise
o sa bo na ga mi ma nwa ti ma mi ebo nwa
mi
na ya nwa
Daniel okay nana kian wo sa oba na ga mi ma nwa iyo na nwa na ni dan pa ele si ro
no
as ti de mi ma nwa
no okay okay go mami mi no we logo na sunu yakima inuma e ma ya nwa
ise
mami enya we na hin na gbo na hin aye e na gbo na e o bo wa pa ye o so bo lórí afian gbe ni ma ya fefefe we we re e ri mi re u fi ni mi la re e ra we la re o so bo oyugwe ogwe ya gbe ma ya
ise
iyo na won baye ewe gu wa ye mi we bere no ma palu no ma de yuve we aja wo we udo mo ma we no we dedo o mo na de yo abi
eri ono
we fi we de tu we no we ni mami e di ma wa mu ja se na o sare bo no yugbe gu ma ya i ma to mama ka we ededebede ma pa i ma ya alu ye i ma ya we ma wa we ni dan no ma pa ya agbo ma wa ni mo yo ni ma ya agbo ma ni no ma bege ma we ya won ọ̀rọ̀ no we ni ma no ma de yuve okie bo ga ye aya na te na ya won ọ̀rọ̀ na ogbo ma okike ogu na si egbe ma re ma re gbo ma ọ̀rọ̀ na ba won ore ona mi egbe okike èmi na suru dai ma re ma re to re ba ma pa ore ọ̀rọ̀ na o mi a mi re okike nusu dai na he magemi amere mama edo onya ayo aye na inwa suge de we na we yopa akwe omo na de yuve na mewe no okike ma ya ma ya we na ma de yuve o uya amewa ufi werie edo bi no we no de yuve do kra aye oba to pe
ise edo no pe wa ho mi no ti ma mu emi na e kere bi no ya mo yuto iyo na wa na o ke ga enwa na rie uwe ni kenu no sunu enwa na riwo bi ni kenu no sunu o eni si no eni da no enwa bi eni na we ro bi ni no sunu na iwe ni wewe ro uya nwa ni gboe uya dolu ni meji uya dolu kiaweji uya dolu giewa weji gimale na gwe era no nyawagwa no kane ediomaga wune eni no ido asu no wieke no dawe ma dolu giewa yi okekpa no dawe o makwe mokugbe okekpa eni soga isu no we ye ho we yi e court ni agiye iwie amadasu no diomaga ni no keke we ori no to ga e court ni agiye we no okekenu ya nwa umi e na dolo weji ni okeke we do ayere no wa amadasu iraji e no bi su o tedo na ni antera to gi ga hu yo to okekpa o ga gae owo na egbe ni be ni na mi ake anwina edioma akpa ni muda oga ni e yo to ne e monora gbo mi he we baba ya ga e yo to o wa no ri gwe mo wa owo re no di ono no re ye ka la didi owo re nu poge ba no no re no pa owo go na no ehin ya ho ne na ri be fuero oni okbi ani no we ni okegi we nu dai eni no sunu da madasu ye mi enwa ro pẹ̀lú kéèkéè ẹ̀dọ̀ ayé rí ọ̀nà yẹn wọn ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀lú eríkẹ́ni inú wẹ̀ mi ẹ̀mú wọn tagùn na ọwọ́ ẹsẹ̀ ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀họ́ di ìwẹ̀ mi nìwẹ̀ rí ẹ̀rọ dẹ̀wọ̀n ìwẹ̀ mi ẹ̀rọ nìwẹ̀ àmà ń wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀ wẹ̀ ìyàpá ní èkéè ẹ̀dọ̀ ayé ní àná èdè ọ̀rẹ́ nọ́ mẹ́ ọ̀dọ́wẹ̀ nọ̀rẹ́ rò di ìwẹ̀ mi nìwẹ̀ wẹ̀ rèmi náà súnmù mẹ̀rù ìfìfà nánà yóò sì gbèlégbé nù dé 2 by 2 no dey 500 by 1000 imwaneje kuwe ya me asefe nokpa ebuwe ni bu yu tai ni bu waye rega ni anu digbina na gbina igbina opia igbina sisi de ni we ba de wan we ri ebo dio we okagele wa e mani bu wa ahia mu ota gbon tabi iye de we gbe no we mi iye so no sunu the worry zebe uta zebo kayeli awara record ewu viva awara guye moto ukbi se idogba a lawyer ga mi ero a judge ga mi ero a police ga mi ero where are we i awa zero yo owe no ma we agbe ne kwele iwe be zero nya won ora yiro owo bi adafe ayiro nya obi ogwe ga yuhu owo nya iwe ni ni na gbonakin ijo na nwa demi no sunu we no wo awara agbape emi kere wo yo wodo re we ma ke ka wa serio we ga we ni ma age iwe ora ige we ni kere na mateti e kwa ro ni ga oja ipa wo wodo ye kaka bodo to ta se boge mu da we ni ido ya nwa ijo na nwa ni magwa kana inyo na nwa no kan me mo do mu unda uzo no gbeda oje uzo ana ye no ki utama wewe odomomo bi ate ba we sa ba na ebe na gba we wo su ni
ni wa Israel bi eva
ege mo boro bi do
una ka to pa ban ma we ke yo
okay
ma we ro we ya ta mo give we da for you know the help matters ebudi de we mi okay da mi ho usawe bo na egwu wa pa yo were ye doge yi usawe bo na oge mahamu allow down
no sun da ba bi ona ya nwa ni
we are nwa who da me bege oku na ya agwe oku lo ge fa egun idume na me tale
age
ye ya ta oku na gba we ma gwan oro yi oda fo eri wa me yi na lo we no ma no yi na wa wu ọmọ fọdẹ èkó máa gé ní òkú ìyájọ wa ọ̀nàrà ọ̀rẹ́ rà ní ekele ni ma fimoti ma rí òkàn ni ma hìá wẹ́ gìmá tẹ̀ wọ́n ta ma gbé gìmá ẹ̀ gbé èwù ní ma ẹ̀ ma èwù ní ma ma ní. zẹ́bẹ̀ òkà dẹ̀ nímú yòtọ̀ náà gìmá gèlè rẹ̀ yìí náà mú pamọ́ rẹ̀ rẹ̀ yìí ọ̀ma náà mẹ́wẹ́ oge na ya bowa oge bowa tó wà lè gbọ́ kwa gima ye ma ta gbogbo ni ma mi kena la do o da o baba na ma ne bi e wo na e do di do wa ke we ne bezi Oda wa ya mi eduma tori de eduma mi deri ekede owe edo iru eneke benata mi ata bi yeke no pa wa ta do bi mi go yikovia eri yekode wa ufipa e ma ya gbe mi yi o ba ri mana ma ya temu na ta ba ki ma mo eri yeke
ise
alauda ma ya
ise
wa to oba to ipe o
ise edono kperu zebe ni huntana gbera gi weno dani imena di weni nwere eni kemi agmona iweni yahin osalobo ke eriye enwa ni ma no ri ma erere na ya awo emi no ma kemi nema noro ni ma babori
amoni fuwa
no ma noro ayawo
mo dai
ara kenwa ipa ona me di ho ni ma ni ma yaga eme kemi esi kemi da aye oho no emi da noro o kebere gboro ikwa egbe na mie bu yin eso we na ho ikwa egbe ni we o no sunu da we unda we ya nwa unda sunu da ma be ge okike we ya nwa tokma wa ke ba pa awo eni na dege no si awe sunu ori enwa na wa we to we da be ge iwe mi no kwa we be bu we bo ukebegbe oye ima ohun tana na ya ka we iyo na nwa negbene emi no sunu da ho ni iye egwemade bo omo iya enwa iwe gbe mu etinya ose oso wa kwa ye wodo na wa lo awa we re yo ni nwa we no ri ohweva we mo pa so pa we na ga o we emi we wa uni emi esi no okeke garibe nu wete ya oji owewe na ya oji obi owo mo nu wete mu etinya ga o hewo mai emi mari zeyu nu we mazige sukuna nu mazeyo emi zebi ya agbezobu ya ari da ekokiyan emi ori enu sanogo duari pase yo no ri tomusa yo e ma be rio we ga be ge we no ragbon u ya nwa ne gbo nu da o kana be ijona wana emi no bu odeka mare bodio we egun igbina otona gbinaji unukpo na ya ho owege na ya gbe ogoma ege na muria no weda igege na kenorie we no dio we emi no keke no we nu tiebo mo ba be du meeting we oko ezona no record no re police station orupi se ade ya we na ewe bo nebo na me na rudao abi joni nwa so kuma emani buro ete amaye mie egwa ojide na ka ewe chief oji awa obini ero justice of peace egie over idolebo na te justice of peace amaye me justice of akpata disigande we ari kema no right
lawa gbe o dayo takwa ni la yin takwa oyenu si la yin osunbo takwa ya la yin so hold on
ti ari egeji
tere cavalry
o tani no mari wa ti ari egeji
na la yin owo bonbon o sa ba gi mo de ba yo owe idolowo o si oba
lao igo wo ma fi ayo ohun emi no sunu da osunbo anini ofere a police ya mu a police so bi ya nwa oji no na ri me le ya nwa we amami adiyan
moto loruwa iya na yin ni wa ibu boyan iya na yin na hoho filoka yito to koko moto rahian ye ho supan ye okeke oho emma mami ewe mamu yoto na ewe no gbadun no fu ma ya gbe no dole wi mana yi no ya lauda wa guna me no gona ite de yo me ti yo mu logo ma alauda o emeno edo to temu ni maya o lauda o ni maya mami o baima o wi la dede o na we ega yin be na ge wi me no ma ni me ekrona ma no ba ona ma newo ona be muhi no buyo to so kwa e ma so na amu e mo ba awon no mo e mo ba ọmọ emo sadobua huda ọba o sadobu mana no ibe ro e dia na maberi o sadobua no de wo no go no rebo about day so allow that mo yami baba na nia e me ro me ta na we ni magun kana no kana aya nwa bra ke ya won na we abe no su da roge ba no su na ma o who don me here boy who fi with there who ya me nwa ni u bege no su da roge ba ona wuyo we ye we gbe radio no gbe radio ge su idawe u na adu ge ri u ya di owo school e do not have been na we there o igo lo yo igo don lo ni ta ba ni me legi ma lu go there baba na iyan ta mi ma na do kenere wa kenere si wa gi ma me mo ta da gbe a gi ma lu emi le mo ya gwa le bi no ma
wese
ba to ipe o
ise edo no pe oni ze ge di o ka pa yo mo enwu ta na ga ijo na won o popa ke iro ona ri oku eva oku ne no keke odo ga ewe omodion oku no ka o okenye be and ibuna no bungwa obo obi ogi zukpo giva bukbia yena iga we ni egbo hani no vi edowa ojo okay ipana ari dobo ogi so dobo na obona tali ni amabowe ye onu vi ega odion wi gewa obona wo ma obona do we bu na wo ne ona we yo wi akhi iye kere ba to kana mame ogi we yo wi akho na wo mo ari wona wo asu wa bu ta kwere bu doge ona gwara ire ba o ta no da do we no lawa ni ku bi ba na wo no gbera ri yoko wa otiko no mo wi akhi na no mu yiba no mo no mo nu da o ha no mu nu akhi ni da o ha ona we edetegbe oga mi no su no da bi bu khani no no gbe ona wo yen ho yena mu wi akho na mu ona ru ayu mo ona adiowa oriso wa no ziegbe e ma ri ba ene ri ba ota ibe ka kubo ni lo wi ne yena igbera wo tiku ona wo yen aya wo no bo wo ni ewu ori se ba enonya mana mi enwa yena ri miamia ke no bo no mu no ahida yena imu no ahi ona mudawa wo ma amowa wa menu amebogbe wa mkawu yena imu no ahi ni ona mudani do ogijo money ke ni be kan yona we ni wa mo dai eri ke mi no ke alare no wa gbelian dine yi ye mari yere go bo ni emo nu dawa edagi mu evu na ladian evu yin asaka yin yana ladia bubo bi akeni yana buwe ari wa oho ni no mo ya ke na iri e lo ye ni loto iya bi oto bi ka lo ye re ni na asaka la laiwe ona laiwe no lai ho no la unu no lai ona ba gbele me ha ibi okoro na gbele oto edegi gbe ye yo re bo fi o ogere asaka fura buri na samudia ona wo de ka ri pagbe la saka roto ona ya iri ye saka ri le e money ha na wa wulo ona so eboya na very walking yogi you no take no be giwu na ni etemina we ni no reba na ki we no job obrok ma da give you why we anike o de obiede we ni dance we nyoma we no da ne o kana di we ni we we jona wa we ugbe na fiyeki o ti yarara o yara yu obe yara te o ya iha wejo na wa obe ere aro owo na ona we erie ona wo yere ho omoni no wo be bia ira kewu ona wo ho o wa ri ba agbon ni rie o wa wu rie se o ma se go pa rie ni na do nwa iya na pa iya lawe iya ma gi ji yare obi owo ene iye wuswa no gbezobu iya pa ya mi pi mu na Jesu kufo ona edo agba ore dede na ga so de gbe na we se we vo ya gbo yin na no na we wo ke dede na mi we obi owo agba ore wa na so owo e ma re agbo ke aye owo mo na ya ti kara bo dole dagbo yo we yo gba ore ni owe money ete ya oji mbasile sukuna wana na we ayi obi ara ni ete wona wu ni ewe nege ma yo yo ma no bi ra eni ebutana do na we ya jo na nwa yo bokwa meruwe benu yo mogere benu ya mogo owe ibi no wa ge go we love your neighbor benu ya love egbewe we mo ge ba we ze ya we ni we ya we egbewe e wo bi o ma re oye ijo na nwa uga o ku no dueki e be so dueki ara yo boss irowa unda ye ri 5000 ya ri ra re de ye ga ku 7000 ye ri 2000 ari wa ora izo pe no yo boss irowa o kieki olawa o ma ni we ya due di we ni we ba we ne due ba di we ni we the no sunu da ge ba we no bo ebo no kan we wa o we re ma no ka zo bo ne ri ragbon di we ni we ba we ne tisa we ne police di we ni we ni no ka gbera ijo na wa oye uta di magwa kan de na ete eduno peru de ni we na we se ni owe o ni we dege no se awe sunu le na to ka e ma we ni we aya wa o ka le soro ora le yo ka le re usai waso ọba wuyo tọ wẹ na wíwẹ rọ kàdé lè náà di wẹmi wẹwẹ ra ọjọ́ wẹ na okeke ọjọ́ wẹ sọ̀rọ̀ nọwazẹ ọjọ́ wẹ ọyìtẹ láìfo amọ àbò wẹ n'ọjọ́ wẹ nọrọ nánu sọlọbọ àríyẹ dẹ nana wáyà dọlẹ wẹ ìsẹ ẹ náà ẹdùn ní ẹwẹ gbẹ òkùnkùn àdórí ọwẹ yìí lè kíá wẹ ní ọjọ́ náà yà wà ìyọ náà wà ẹmú hù náà miẹwẹ ẹrọ àgbàmẹ ọdún sí òkùnkùn bẹlẹ lè mẹva wene baba benu wera agbona wa ga deni we ya nwa be no sunu da maria be we na madasu deni opa nu we ya nwa we no ho no ko wodo na kpala no kpa ko wodo na kpala no kpa ana ido ni wo so okpi ne isenu bie na e ma no ka we be ni de ni amiro kabari do mo wa la be agwe mami awe na zi egbe lo gba wata ebibi aso enimi huni ta edunewu wa edenewu izomo wa wesi mwana dami hona mata mami we be je gba iha osu wo he obi odilekwa mami we na me ko ni ma da loge ba owo mudia ọwọ́ àmì omi òjì yẹn yẹ tẹ̀mùtẹ̀mù yẹn àwùlò wá fún ẹ̀ yẹn àwùlò pọ̀ìpọ̀ì sọ́bọ̀nà rẹ́gìrì máa wùlò sọ́fà sọ́bọ̀nà ń yìnbọn nímọ̀ nímọ̀ yà làwùdà mẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́gùn ọ̀nà ẹ̀rọ tà máa wí náà ẹ̀ ti yẹn ní àwì tọ́rí gbèmẹ́ èkì yìí náà tọ́rí gbèmẹ́ ìgbà yẹn náà tọ́rí wọn ní dákìmẹ́ gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ ìrà mi mẹ́ òkú ha rí i náà yẹ gùn ọ̀nà ìwé ìrà mi iye na jibi ime fi yan bagbe magboko ba ira mi lo iye mi lo iyan no we bi odian eyi mi lo so pa ime dian yi mi ago owiye and owiye mageleke osabo fi agbe mo mami owan no me ko e dan lo ya go owi ocho elo osalo gba emi amia oyin no oge osabo e di ma de yeke nala ogwo eme ọmọ ere yuto usabwa nege logo mala magbese reni maya tana owe aweme ni magwalo boye aweme mwana u da ogieva wonu u da egbo elesana
mana so ko ugena so fu mere na
wese ri mage ibizugbe edono pebo makaka bo pomu wa no dani uta ogene na no kan ijo na wa ota ma we bi magwegwo e ko we ara no uta we e ko we o kan kemi ya fe we la o emi na dege ya bo monde emi no ya bo monde ni ayo na wa we to bu we negbo no negbo no da oro salobaru da eri awo ni ma na ya age orun da eri ni ma ya ra ho na ga ye ni kemi na dege bi na yara nwa ni gboma ima mana mugie ibota na se ufume obe kuzo anode ọba atọpẹ yi ise
ala da ma yara mi o ile ma tu ibi go sahia ile ma tu ibi edu ya ni dani hima ma ge mi ologo ma iko afu gbogbo yara o ni Jesu
ọba atọpẹ yi ise
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya waweso Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dio Ebuna zima dio Obala zima dio marawe maari Esama dio na ni mado pon Esama ni mado gbeken Esama e ma dio wa na Esama magbeken ne osabo obuyo bitu na baba no get turn maga no dia mi magame mani do gbekene de na ima yafe ima ato ima agbon oro pa ewu dori ima adi awore ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi magame we need just to know me afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level as tradition demands. We are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Well, it is always a pleasure to have you join us on yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us, Flipside is a unique show, a socio-cultural show that beams its searchlight on special, topical issues in the society. Now, there are lots of issues that actually require our attention. And we try to make sure that we, pinpoint them and examine them inside out. That way, we hope that we are able to, bring the needed clarity to these topics. My name is Harry Igboje, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, today we're having a very interesting conversation, something that has to do with the leaders of tomorrow, the youth. Now, it's no news that the youth are the most important demographic of every society, of every community. So as much as we understand that the elderly are very important, and of course children as well, but the youths play a very vital role in the development of any society, which is actually the essence of what we're discussing today. Youth participation in politics, myth or movement. Youth participation in politics, myth or movement. Now, if you take a look around you, young people are getting more involved in politics, either actively or passively. Now, what do we make of all of this? Is this a genuine movement, or is just cloud chasing? Now, that's basically what we're going to be trying to make sense of today. And to do this with me are two amazing gentlemen. They are experts in their own fields. To my far left is someone that goes by the name of William Sediak. He is a political analyst, and of course someone who mentors young people as well. It's good to have you on the show, Williams.
Thank you very much for having me yet again, Harry. It's nice to be in this studio.
Yes, it is nice to have you on board. And of course, seated next to Williams is another brother and friend. He goes by the name of Favor Sadzi. He is a social impact commentator and a passionate youth mobilizer. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Always a pleasure, sir.
All right, so a very interesting conversation we have before us, guys. Youth participation in politics, myth or movement. Now, if you take a look around you, there seems to be an increasing visibility of youths in politics, either offline or online, right? Especially online. We see lots of young people, championing movements, that are politically inclined, right? Some of them are actively involved in politics. Some are representing one political party or the other. And then others are just, questioning the process, like, getting involved in the polity, asking questions that need to be asked. You understand? So it's either an active participation or a passive participation. Now, what do you make of this visibility, this increasing visibility in politics? Do you consider it to be a genuine movement or cloud chasing? Let me begin with you, Favor.
Yes, I wouldn't call it cloud chasing because the realities of the experience we get in the country today is real. It's not clouds. The hunger, the deprivation, the corruption, every vices we see today are real. So the activities you see is just a resultant effect of all of these characters. So it's not a cloud. It's real. This is reality in front of us, and we have to accept it.
Okay, reality in front of us. Williams, do you consider this to be cloud chasing, or it's a genuine movement or genuine passion on the part of the young people?
Of course, it's a genuine movement born out of
hunger and taste to fix the country, born out of the lackadaisical attitude of our leaders, the mismanagement of funds, the continuous borrowing, and without proper evidence, managing budgets simultaneously, or you can say concurrently, without giving accountability. So these are arrogant situations in our face, and definitely we're definitely going to sit down and allow this to continue. You know, we've seen how government is supposed to be run, how government are supposed to be for the people, but it's not forthcoming in this side of Nigeria, in fact in Africa as a whole. So definitely we are putting in the effort, the youth are putting in the effort to making sure that they sit in that corridors of power, in that table of decision making. Because over time, when you see the rule of power, you hardly see anybody of a youthful age there. You understand? So in parliamentary situation, the lawmaking chambers, when you get there, you see old men who are not even who are beyond 60s, 53. 40 at the benchmark for young Nigerians to be, but you will never see any one of such people around there. If you see, there is only like one, in fact, totally in the world, it's 1.65%. As the last time I checked.
1.65
for youth in parliament.
That's an infinitesimal.
Yes, just for parliamentarians, not being presidency or what, just for parliamentarians, which is supposed to be 53. But you see men of beyond 100, 90s, 70s, and they are still putting themselves forward to want to return. Now, look, calculate the political space now, you see a lot of them still pushing in to making sure that they get the ticket of different party to return back to go and sit down. Now, there's a current governor I'm studying now from Imo State. Imagine you are the governor, you have not sat down in a screening committee to give accountability for your 8 years. You're already pushing into going to Senate. Now, he's not just going to Senate. Now, he's already pushing to be Senate president. You've not won the election as a senator for being a senator. You're also pushing to be a senator.
Well, who do you think is to be blamed for that? Don't you think the youths are not holding these people accountable? Don't you think they are not doing enough, in terms of, questioning them and holding them to account?
We are pushing in. Youth are pushing in. But these same people are there deliberately pushing to make sure that the youth don't get hold of power. Like I said before, this system, fine, it is a fundamental human right.
Okay.
But there's supposed to be a peg. So when you're so of age, you're supposed to be retired. The place there is not meant for retirement. Okay. So age, you have to retire. So these are things that are already gingering the youth to making sure that we'll put ourselves there, so we can face these people out.
Okay.
Because the more you see vibrant youth having them in power, that will also fast track the development of the country, because the youth are the current movers of current ideas. A man that is seated at a young age, you don't really have that time to go do research and study to discover to see how to make sure that you bring in new ideas to develop, because we all rely on borrow, you spend on our personal interest, borrow, spend on personal interest. You don't borrow to fix, to industrialize the country.
Okay.
So these are the issues I would personally tell you that is one of the things that is propelling the youth to make sure that they get into power, not being a myth, but it's a movement.
All right, a movement. Now, Favor, the role of the youth in engaging the process. Do you think the youth are doing enough, or they are lackadaisical in their approach?
I believe the youth have done their bits, but there's always room for improvement.
Improvement, okay.
To every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So for this situation, there has not been an opposite reaction. So the action is still from our so-called political elites and the older people. The action is not commensurate with the reaction from the youths, and that's why nothing has changed. The last time such ever happened was during the EndSARS, which bettered a whole lot of things. It raised a lot of awareness. Education started coming up, a campaign followed, organizations cropped up from different corners of the country, and a lot of awareness was created. That was the last time something significant happened. After then, what has happened? Close to nothing. even during the period of the cash crunch and all of those. These were sponsored and doctored protests, or period where people were just there because they just wanted to make an impression.
So you're saying that those protests were not genuine?
It wasn't. And that's the longest it took for those protests most times were 48 hours. Go and check.
But let's not also forget the role that some persons played in, countering the protests. So it was like some persons were stationed there to sabotage the process.
Who were the tools used to sabotage the process? It was still the youth.
Still the youth, okay.
Hungry youths. So at a point you realize the problem that we face is more than just the personnel or the people or the youth.
Okay.
It's a systemic failure. And the problem here is that most of the youths are hungry. Most of them are unemployed. Most of them are needy. So because they have needs, so these politicians or these men have weaponized poverty. So he who dangles the food, you listen to.
Okay, so that's more like he who pays the piper dictates the tune.
Yes, that's the problem where we are at this time, and that's why you realize that there are less of ambitions available. There are less of ideologies available. People just do things because they have to satisfy their stomach. So it's a case of stomach infrastructure. We are not really cut out to do the things that are supposed to be done. We don't even want to hear that we have to do these things that are supposed to be done. You know why? Because it's even harder. It is easier to just eat and live by than to want to make changes. You will lose your life in the process.
So the risks are worth considering as well.
They are worth considering, but they are not worth doing. Because at the end of the day, who remembers you? Even your family may deny you. There's no point at which you are going to be celebrated for the good deeds. So you're just going to die and die like that. And if you're not even careful, they may even mock you. Your children will suffer if you have.
So you're saying, in essence, that the youth's lackadaisical attitude to the political process is justified?
Very much justified. Where there's no accountability, there's no recuse, there's no option for trial, there's nothing works.
No motivation.
No motivation, no incentives. So what am I working for? Let's just leave the system. After all, if I'm doing okay, then I'm just fine.
All right, that was a very brilliant analysis. In case you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at a very interesting topic, something that has to do with youth participation in politics. Is it a myth or is it a movement? We shall be going on a very important break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Influenced youth political consciousness in Nigeria, or nothing has changed?
Before the EndSARS, I could tell you that the number of youth actively participating in politics were very few. In fact, look at Kwelu Post of Sowe, who is already close to his 60s. Then, after the EndSARS protest, it was an eye-opener.
A revolution.
A revolution. A lot of people became interested. A lot of youth became interested in politics. Let's see how to push in individuals who are of that youthful age with that mentality to make sure that we want to fix
the country,
the system. First of all, it's not about fixing the country. The system itself needs to be fixed. When you fix the system, the country will be fixed. And then for thank to God, somebody came in the picture as at that time. Immediately Peter Obi sprang up, and then he has been there. But you know, there's one thing about the country. Somebody who is of a good character is hardly being pinpointed or torchlight. So immediately he sprang up and they went through his background. You know, Nigerians are very, very inquisitive. You just wait 2-3 seconds and then your details, everything about you. Let me deviate a little. There was this young boy from the north who claimed to be 30 years old, who was trying to push himself into the political. If you just few days after he came up, somebody came on and brought up his voters details and everything, and then he was just a 15 years old boy. You know, so you just need, since that instance, you just need 2 seconds.
More like an identity scan.
Yes, since that instance, you just need 2 seconds for somebody to profile you, and then your details are added. So Mr. Obi came and he was profiled. And people of Nigeria is okay. Let's have to make sure that we push this man. They'll be pushing him up to. Since then, we've had one election cycle. A lot of youth sprang up. Take it the second time now. A lot of youth are now involved in different political parties. As we went for a break, there was a young man who we were in the same campaign organization with the last election in Edo State. Okay. He's also dying, and he's a young man. So it was an eye-opener, and it's going to be even more and more developing and improving. More youth pushing him, because the earlier the better, because we can't just sit down and allow these ancestors to continue to rule us with a very archaic idea, just like I said earlier. Borrow for ourselves, borrow, fix our interests, borrow, finance everybody who is there to push your interests. Now, they also have discovered that this thing is gradually phasing out. They are also trying to fix their son, so they will continue influencing the system. Okay. I'll give you an example.
That they make it a hereditary affair.
Yes. So since they are trying to force it from us, okay, let's see how to force in our sons first. So we will also be indirectly influencing the system.
And their sons also happen to be youths.
Yes. So they know they are aware now that it is becoming is the time, there is no more time. Let's see how to make sure that while these people are pushing, let's also push in our sons and that. So what my encouragement is that no matter how it is, it's going to get to a point whereby these people will face that. And I'm praying that that comes so that we see youth who are eager to fix the country. Because they know that if one of these people, the ringleader, is enthroned, first he is going to sanitize the system. Sanitizing the system is directly fixing the country. Because as being a president or whatever who call the shot, it's just for you to tell whatever it is in any parasitic or agency to say, let it be so accordingly, and it's going to be so.
Okay.
So we just need a person with that boldness, that courage, forgetting about interest from all corners, and fixing the country.
Okay, someone to take the initiative.
Yes. Many years ago, we were so relaxed. He's in the north. He's in the north. He's not going to get to the south. He's already at the southwest.
True. It seemed like an impossibility for power to even shift from the north.
Yes, he's in the southwest. Then now, when issue of insecurity also sprang up, he's in the north. He's in the north. Now he's in the southwest. We've not seen somebody who is good enough to call the show and say, okay, no matter what is it, no matter political interest that is under too, we are going to fix this issue. Let's fix it. Remember, the more you paint a very dicey situation, the more the danger increase. And I will refer back before I round up to the blessed memory, how he wanted to be, Buhari, when he said to Shomole, having gone around this country, I discovered that we politicians are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. At any time it will explode. So I just say that it doesn't explode to a situation where it's not manageable before they realize that
it's indeed our earnest prayer, because if it explodes, definitely we're all going to be affected. Now let me ask you this, Sadze, do you think that Nigerian youths are truly interested in governance, or they are just caught up in the election season?
My honest opinion is majority of us are not really interested.
Really? Yeah. So what do you make of all of these, passionate, should I say, activity in, politicking and all whatnot?
The real question is, how many in that percentage of people are actively trying to be administrators?
Okay.
What you see is a handful of people who wants to move
grab power.
they want to move with the trend.
Okay. They just want to be.
It's woke to be politically sensitive or conscious. It's woke to be participatory. It's woke to support a party. But when it's time for the real job to be done, where are these people?
Okay.
But we cannot deny the fact that at some point we try to show up. We're trying to do the things that needs to be done. But after that, whatness, and that's what these politicians have capitalized on. And that's why they said at one time that don't worry, leave a particular set of party that was trending, that look, the fire will phase out. They lose steam.
Okay.
But what are we seeing today? And they know that bulk of these people, bulk of us as youth, we are moved by the money.
Okay.
The two of us can be talking ideologies today, and when the money comes, you are somewhere else.
So you are implying that the bulk of the youths do not have genuine intention to change the system?
I don't have it, you don't have it. If somebody comes here and tells you, I'll give you 50 million today, support this party you claim to not like, before I open my eyes, you will know where to be found. That's just a sad reality, because like I said, first of all, we are tuned or akin to this I better pass my neighbor mentality. We just want to show off.
Unhealthy competition.
Unnecessarily. So it is not because we actually want to make a change, because if we are after making a change, then a lot of persons will be out there sacrificing themselves.
But is that really practically possible?
It is possible because it has happened before. But let's not look at the point where people are victimized and all that. But it is a social construct, and this engineering has been done. It is so good that from every facet you want to look or observe, that they've done 100% a good job. So the law says you can contest, not too young to rewrite. Now the door has been opened, but you open the door, you meet an empty space. There's nothing there for you to do. So you are almost misled to a quota where there's nothing available. Well, it's like you making hay here in the north, and the real deal is happening in the south. You see the distance. So whatever you're going to be doing here will never count. That is how they've engineered the system.
When you say they've engineered the system, who exactly are we talking about?
The young guys at the top. They know themselves. they call and we answer. Who are the unemployed? When they say, okay, talk about the unemployed people of Nigeria, it is still the what?
The youth.
The youth. Who are the vices? The youth. So everything you want to consider happens more around the youth. And it's a very big problem. And I don't know as at today, how we are going to solve it, because the number of persons waiting, he was making a point where he said, the youth can get into the corridors of power and make a change. But my fear is, I've seen situations where the people these youth had once criticized, when they feel that finally got the opportunity, they did worse. So it's a case of the number of persons in the queue waiting to become leaders, are even waiting to just be the next corrupt leader.
Okay, so in a nutshell, you're saying that the youths don't necessarily have a problem with the system. They just have a problem with the fact that it's not their favor.
It is not in their favor. That's why they want the change. Who are the fraudsters around? Who are the fraudsters I will talk about? Who are the internet fraudsters I will talk about here and there?
That's really disheartening, and it actually doesn't paint a good picture of the future. Now let me ask you this, Williams. Why do you think many Nigerian youths are avoiding active participation in politics? Williams.
The issue of the is as a result of the failure of the system. First of all, I said those ancestors are the old men who refuse to leave power, who are the ones who will tell you fix the so party ticket or yes, ticket for social amount.
Okay.
Imagine the presidential is 100 million, you get 200 million, 60 million, 40 million. You understand? And then that aside, then the process of also campaigning a lot of things. So these are issues so mounted that they deliberately doing it so you get discouraged. It's not as if they don't want to.
Okay.
But because the system keeps on
recycling wrong people.
And while they are recycling it, they want to make sure that these people don't get. I'll give you an example. The same person that I was talking about as a governor who wants to become a senator, and also at the other time become the Senate president. Somebody was there. Somebody is there as the Senate president. Immediately, he took some close senators to amend the rules.
All right, just hold that thought, Williams. I know you have a whole lot to say in that regard, but we have to go on a very important break. The program continues right after. Stay tuned. It's still Flipside Independent Television, and Williams was actually, trying to build on a certain thought before we went on that break.
Yes, so as I was saying, the issue, the barriers now, why the youth are shying away. So that's why I was trying to explain the barriers. So now, the governor, having declared interest, he has not finished his tenure, 8 years, has not finished it as being a governor. So you appear in council, they will screen you, go through all the accountability. So if you have any issue, EFCC will call you, another. He's not done with that. Immunity, is trying to seek another immunity, so you don't face scrutiny.
Yeah. Then, well, whose responsibility is it to, ensure that he's scrutinized before moving on to, the next phase?
Is the security agencies, and then after an election cycle, after there's a governor officially elected, so there's not an officially elected governor in your state.
Okay, so he's still in charge.
So he's still in charge. So there's no reason why you're putting yourself to vie for another position. So now, seeing that, okay, the man there as the Senate president, seeing that this man is coming, already challenging me to be the Senate president, who also wants to be the Senate president, he amended the rules. And then our Shomole, the dogged fighter, confronted him. 2 days later, and I said, okay, go and reverse the rules. He reversed the rules. These are the issues that they are making sure, systematically and gradually making sure that youth does not get into power. But I will continue to say, no matter how rigorous it is, I will continue to encourage youth. So far as you don't think that you want to be involved, that you said think that you want to get in power, to make sure that you fix the certain section that you are able to fix. Because this country is going to pass through a lot of phase. And the earlier the better the youth gets involved, the good for us. The earlier the better. Because we pass through a lot of phase. Being a political scientist, I've told you, we said it, we sit down and calculate it. The country will pass through different phases. Different situations, different decisions, tough and easy ones will be made. Go and check all developed countries that you're talking about, the various continents you're talking about. They all went through difficult, rigorous situations. A lot of people sacrifice their lives.
Just like Favor said.
Yes, so we are going to, so for this issue, because it's like this, does not mean that you discourage yourself and say, no, I don't want to get involved. You sit down and continue to complain. You go online with your phone and start saying, why are you borrowing money? You are this old man, that. Are we going to continue like that? Are we going to continue doing that? So no matter it is, if there are 10 million youths who are there, just like said, if there are 10 million youths who want to get involved, and then you are banking that, okay, these people are still going to go there to be like the old people who are trying to face the way. Fine. But inside that 10 million, there are people who are still good. They are still going to fix to some certain extent. Now, I'll give you an example. Talking about bringing in somebody with that fearless attitude. Imagine Donata has put pen to paper of that 2014 confab. A lot of things in this country will not be debating them by now.
So that was on account of the lack of willpower.
Yes, so when I'm saying that we need somebody
to make the move,
yes. And it comes with somebody who does not want to look at interests of whatever that is around him. We'll be having people who are looking at so concerned about the interests.
Parochial interests.
Yes. Look at the Burkina Faso leader, Traore.
Yeah.
He's making some tough decisions that leaders upon him have not been able to make. So we need somebody who will just come, no matter what it is, make the decision. And then let the country start from there. So just fix the country and then leave the rest and then let it start running, starting from somewhere. Because no matter how it is, we need to fix this country and we'll start from somewhere.
Of course, I totally agree with you. Thank you very much, Williams. That was a very good one. Now, Favor, do you think, because I would like us to examine the attitude of the youths towards the system, the process, do you think the political apathy that we see amongst young people is as a result of the disappointment at the polls in the past? Because there's an adage that says that only a madman keeps doing the same thing in the same old way and expects a different result. So do you think the political apathy we see amongst the youth is born out of the incessant disappointment that they experience at the polls, or that they experienced at the polls in times past?
Without any sentiment, it is a factor. It has contributed to the voter apathy we see. But if you want to critically evaluate the situation, you realize that how long have we pursued this? It's just about 2 election cycles, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Now, this is a problem that has taken longer. So, your 2 trial cannot make the change you're looking for.
Okay, you're saying that they've not tried enough?
We haven't started.
We've not made enough effort?
We have not even started. Okay, take for example.
Because if you consider the number of youths that put their lives on the line every election season, to try to exercise their franchise, and some even get, maimed, some get hurt in the process. Do you think it's right to say that we haven't started, or we haven't, done enough?
The problem, like we said, is systemic. So you cannot solve just a part of a problem and expect the whole body to be well. Okay. That is just one. Election is just one out of the whole problem we are facing.
Okay.
Because now, if you okay, take for example, there was a time some protest was held some few months, maybe weeks back, and what were they protesting about? Fuel rising.
Hiking
fuel prices and all that. Now, you see the interesting thing. They went to block the Ugbowo-Lagos Expressway that you and I
cannot fly
on a normal day to go to work. And now, that is the same road the market woman that is going to the market that day would also go to look for her daily bread. They grounded.
So you are of the school of thought that the protest should be taken to the elites?
That is it.
Because I heard some person say that back then.
How do you explain that 2 of us are suffering because that man over there decided to make us suffer? You want to protest against that man.
You are punishing
me. Okay. And the man is watching the 2 of us in our penury suffer more. Does it make any sense? So I looked at the world like, are these people even normal? What are they trying to do? The Mama Erosa now is supposed to go to market to look for.
They're making life even harder for her.
If Mama Erosa do not go to market today, it is guaranteed that she may not eat that night. Now you do that for 2 days, and you think Mama Erosa will be the one to open that road. Because that is not the problem. You said the priority is misplaced.
Misplaced priority.
So
okay.
Education first has to be, a lot of our orientation has to be done to say, okay, this is the right thing to do. We are making effort, but in what direction? Let's not confuse activity for progress.
Okay.
We can be active, but are we actually making progress?
Or is that the reality we're facing right now? Do you think Nigerian youths are just active without making any meaningful progress?
We are active. Go on, even with the so-called election we are talking about. Do you know how many old women still come out with their wheelchair, walking stick to vote? But you see Nancy and Rebecca or Fosa and Co. staging football match on the election morning area, and then Chinese anybody on TikTok. These are the people we are talking about. So if, for example, you and I have done our bit, it does not reflect the holistic number of the people that are supposed to be out there. Because even these politicians, they know very well the power of numbers. And that's why if they want to start anything today, it's still the same youth they use to do their bidding.
All right. Thank you very much, Favor Sadzi. That was another very brilliant one. Now, Williams, do you think Nigerian youths are more active on social media than, the actual grassroots political engagement that we expect?
Yes, it's a reality. It's a reality, and the earlier they realize, the better. Just like I said, I've been in this for 8 years. they're 4 years directly and actively in it. I've studied and seen the system that the discouragement that you hear and see, that propaganda, push it, let them say what's there. The least they can do, they go to the social media, you complain and complain. That is where they want you to be. I will continue to say, and will dare to say, shift your attention from that.
Okay.
Put it down to the field, put it physical. Because they are consciously creating that distraction for you. For example, there have not been any months, any weeks that we are free from saga, that we are free from one trending topic or the other. These things are bound to happen. But
exactly. So I was going to ask, isn't that a reality that we can shy away from? As long as young people are active on social media, these things are inevitable.
Majority of the things you see are staged and calculated.
Oh, really?
Yes. They are staged and calculated. So it's funny how you said yes. The earlier you realize that this thing may not be 100% true, let's not allow this thing to disturb us. Just like
so you're saying that all of these sagas, all of these trends on social media are calculated at
engineered to keep you there.
It's engineered.
Now, just like I said earlier, they've printed a propaganda, printed a picture. It's difficult. If you get in, you will not win. This will not happen. This is what you do. They are there. So whatsoever bad things you want to hear about politics, propaganda, they paint it.
Painted the negative light of the political.
Yes, they painted it, and they want that. So they did not create a side distraction. So this is like a consolidation to this distraction. So they pushing money for that. And like just I said, remember how there was another flip side we said about issue one. I forgot the topic, and I told you that since after the 2020 answers, they discovered that okay, they've been losing on social media grants because it all started from social media, and they could not trace the direct sponsors and the head of the protest. So they said, okay, the best thing to do, let's create our own. So they've created their own minions, create their own. The more, so yeah, it's like go to X, go to X. They've created so the banter. Let it be hot.
Just to engage the youth negatively.
So, direct distraction, not an indirect, a direct distraction. So I would dare to say, take your attention from that. This that we are shying away from, that you are complaining here. Look at where it's being done. Bring your attention to this place. Get involved. Because the earlier you get involved, the better for you. Because that pressure there is meant for you to just come relax. Let's see what you have achieved so far. Okay. It's not there for us to complain. Yes, it's good to, but it's not the majority. It's not like the hundreds to complain.
All right.
So the earlier the better. Take your attention. This is where it's happening. Be in this place. Focus here. No matter how long. He said it's just 2 election cycles. Yes, fine. But let's go on stage. Let's go on stage and let's do research and see the achievement unpronounced. Just like the people have been saying. If this man that we're talking about, if it was not that traveled, he has not traveled, his name has not traveled, his connect, his negotiation has not that traveled, but he was able to master vote. And then somebody said, it is only the people who are there who will tell you the actual vote that this man scored. All right. That the youth are actually following. So put your attention. No matter if it's 2 election cycles, let's do it. Before we do 20, before we do 10, before we do 8, watch it. And the more we achieve, they should also understand that whoever youth that is pushed and you get into access and power, it is not because for your personal interest. It is for the betterment of the people, the masses who stay from you. And remember, you will always be there. This social media will be there. You will come back again and you also meet them.
All right. Thank you very much, Williams. That was also very interesting. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. It's time for our very final break on the show. And when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Please stay tuned. All right, it's great to have you back. Now, let me ask you, Favor. Let's examine the Nigerian political parties. Do you think they genuinely create space for young people, or these young people are just tools in their hands to win elections, and then when the elections are over, they discard them like tissue?
If they come to say they genuinely create spaces or slots for people as head administrators, they will be talking with both sides of their tongue. That's because, how do you explain, first of all, you're having to buy the ticket and it's so expensive? Where would I find that kind of money? That's one. Then two, I think they are also more interested in making these people, after their work as per campaign, whatever, as SSAs. What they call senior special advisor and special advisors. That's the best we get.
And then aides too.
And aides. Then they give you one appointment if you are lucky. It's so bad that the youth have even accepted that they cannot be what they want to be.
Just like Williams was trying to say.
Yes. So we've decided to settle for what is available, the crumbs that are available. Because you even want to show interest. The governor will tell you, calm down, there's somebody that position has been reserved for, it's not your turn. So when will it get to my turn?
When will it get to your turn? All right, Williams, as we begin to wrap up now, because time is really not on our side, in the next 10 years, because I like to speak futuristically, right? In the next 10 years, do you think youth participation will redefine Nigerian politics or remain more myth than movement?
Okay, let's make it 16. So I'm talking about electoral cycle.
All right.
Because it's all about politics. Yes, it will. It will increase. It will increase. It will be more of a phase, because.
But what are the parameters? What are the pointers?
I'll give you the pointers. As long as this country will become difficult, will become suffocating, will become more tight, or whatever we call it, I think that's enough. Is enough for you to make sure that no, we don't need to sit down. We need to get involved. Just like I said earlier, no matter what discouragement you are seeing, okay, they just use you. It is of an achievement of starting from somewhere and becoming whatsoever you are giving, and then stay there. Use that place. Show yourself. Show your capacity. Use that place to be like a stepping stone to another. Okay. No matter what it is, if you get discouraged, you will fall down. If you get encouraged, you will keep on climbing. Just like I said, go and put your lens. Look at the system critically. You will know that it does not necessarily mean that you need to be the figure man to push the change. And that's what we are trying to do now, currently. That's what we are trying to phase at currently. We are trying to make sure that, just like you said, the education is going on. Okay. Yes. We are trying to make that you don't need to be doing this too much eye service. Forget about it. Focus on what we are called for to do. Fix it. Because take it or leave it. It's not always the figure that are cause that fix a lot of things.
Affects the change.
It's the people around that affect the change. Okay. And we've also discovered that even the figure most times is even interested in changing, but because the people around are majorly the problem. Okay, so you are actually positive and optimistic. Yes, that it is going to increase. Okay, 16 years is going to increase, and even more better than the way it is now.
I like your spirit. I actually do hope and wish that we all share the same enthusiasm. Now, let me ask you finally, right? This is the final moment of the show. What's your advice for young people out there who have lost steam and who have lost interest in the entire process? In less than a minute, Favor.
Make yourself valuable. Stay out of corruption personally, because the change we require cannot show in the country except it is individual. So if I make myself good, the country will be good.
Amazing. I like the allusion to corruption, because I think that's one of the major challenges that we have. Okay. You can't change anything if you're not different from the system, right? And I totally agree with you. Williams, do you share the same sentiment?
It's just because that's what we are trying to fight.
All right.
And I want him to also get involved that it is not, if there are 100, it is not all the 100 that are corrupt. But I know there are corrupt youths. I know, for sure. I've been in the system actively 8 years. I know that there are corrupt youths.
There are corrupt youths.
But be aware that the more corrupt you are, the more difficult this country and the more into danger this country will be.
All right. Well, in my own final analysis, I'm just going to summarize what both of them have said. Be the change that you want to see. because it's not just enough to sit back in your comfort zone and expect things to change. If you want meaningful changes in the society, in the system, you know, blaze the trail. Be that person that you want every other person to be. Because if your goal is to, you know, become or grab power and become like the politicians that you're criticizing, then you're just a hypocrite and nothing is going to change. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to the gentleman in the house, Favor Sadzi, a social impact commentator. Thank you very much for being on the show. And of course to Williams Ediai, aka Williams Talks.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, it's been Flipside on Independence Television. I want to say a big thank you to every single one of you out there for, you know, riding with us from the very start till this moment. Well, it's been an amazing show. My name is Harry Aigbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a blessed day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upoma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesniagbe, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna. You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you Odion title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Very beautiful afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us on the ITV News for this time. I am Lawrence Osifo, and happy holidays to you. We'll begin in Lagos, where President Bola Tinubu has called on Nigerians to use the Eid celebration to deepen the values of tolerance, generosity, and peaceful coexistence. As our Lagos correspondent Ibuji Korea reported that the president made the statement after performing his congregational prayer at the Dodan Barracks in Lagos on Wednesday.
In his sermon, the Grand Chief Imam of Lagos State, Sheikh Suleiman Abu Nola, emphasized the need for Muslims to fear Allah and promote unity, generosity, and sacrifice in line with the teachings of the Holy Quran. He offered prayer for good health and wisdom for President Tinubu and those Allah has given authority over the affairs of men. Feeding questions from journalists after the Eid prayer, President Tinubu urged citizens to shun ethnic divisions and all forms of hatred that undermine national unity. President Tinubu said the sacred occasion remains a profound reminder of obedience, sacrifice, love for humanity, and total submission to the will of Almighty Allah, as demonstrated by Prophet Ibrahim.
Must learn from the lessons of this season, and is showing love to one another, no discrimination, no ethnicity, no hatred, and we should share love and be generous to one another.
The president urged citizens to reflect on the enduring lessons of the season by showing kindness to one another, supporting the less privileged, and placing greater value on the sanctity of human life, noting that banditry has no place in the holy books. President Tinubu was joined in the prayers by Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat, former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, Oba of Lagos Rewan Akiolu, Chief of Staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila, National Security Advisor Nuru Badu, and other dignitaries. From Lagos, Aigbuji Horia, ITV News.
And the Edo State, where the Edo State government says it remains committed to promoting inclusivity, peaceful coexistence, and equal opportunities for all citizens, irrespective of religious or ethnic affiliation. The governor of the state, Senator Monday Ukpewolo, stated this while hosting members of the Muslim community at Government House in Benin City as part of activities to mark the Eid al-Kabir celebration. Deborah Ogbefu has more.
The hall of Government House Benin City was filled with celebration as Muslim faithful gathered to mark this year's Eid al-Kabir festivities with the Edo State government. Felicitating with the Muslim Oman, Governor Monday Okpewolo, represented by the Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, urged adherents of the Islamic faith to continue to promote peace, unity, and harmonious coexistence in the state. The Deputy Governor noted that the present administration remains committed to improving the welfare of citizens through people-oriented policies and developmental projects across the state.
We deeply appreciate the Muslim community for your steadfast support, prayers, loyalty, and contributions to the peace and development of Edo State.
He also called on the Muslim faithful to continue to pray for the success of both the state government and the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
I humbly appeal to you to continue to support and pray for the success of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and for enduring peace, unity, and prosperity across Nigeria.
The chief imam of Benin Central Mosque, Sheikh Abdul Fattah Nambulele, described Eid al-Kabir as a celebration symbolizing sacrifice, obedience, and devotion to Allah.
The significance of the festival of sacrifice is the absolute commitment, honesty, obedience, the self-denial and sacrifice, the patience, the tolerance, the perseverance, the endurance, as epitomized by Prophet Abraham.
Also speaking, the Secretary to Edo State Government, Barrister Musa Ihilo, appreciated Governor Monday Okpewolo for his support towards religious bodies.
The essence and the message is one. We need to make sure it reflects in our character and it manifests as fruit of the Spirit.
In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ugbefun, ITV News.
In another development, the Edo State government says it remains committed to improving education, sports, and opportunities for children and young people across the state. Governor Monday Okpewolo stated this at the 2026 Children's Day celebration held at the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium in Benin City. Again, Deborah Ogbefu brings details.
School children from the 18 local government areas of Edo State transformed the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium into a colorful arena as they exhibited talents during the 2026 Children's Day. Their voices echoed across the stadium with messages of hope, unity, and confidence. Governor Monday Okpewolo, represented by the Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, arrived at the venue alongside top government officials and was warmly received by the excited children. The celebration featured march past and other entertaining presentations. Governor Monday Okpewolo, through his deputy, reassured Edo children of his administration's commitment to their future.
We remain fully committed to protecting the rights and dignity of every child. We shall continue to strengthen policies and programs that will promote child protection.
In their goodwill messages on this year's theme, Choose Kindness, Reject Bullying, the coordinator, Office of the First Lady, Mrs. Edesili Okpewolo Anani, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Edith Ebomoyi, and Nollywood actress Nasi Sime urged children to embrace love, tolerance, and respect for one another.
Let us continue to create a peaceful, safe,
High point of the celebration was the cutting of the Children's Day cake alongside the presentation of medals and trophies to winners of the Governor's Football Competition.
From the excitement, the laughter, and of course the spectacular performances of these children here at the main bowl of the Samuel Ogbamudia Stadium here in Benin City, there is no doubt that the 2026 Children's Day celebration organized by the state government will remain a memorable day in the lives of these future leaders. In Benin, Deborah Obefo, ITV News.
And still on Children's Day celebration, there was excitement and jubilation at the Palace of the Oba of Benin as children from different parts of Benin City gathered to celebrate this year's Children's Day with His Royal Majesty Omonoba Nedu Uku Akbolokbolo Oba Eware II. As Osamudia Osage reports that the colorful event featured music, dancing and games as children accompanied by their parents and guardians turned out in large numbers for the annual celebration.
As part of activities marking the 2026 Children's Day celebration, the Oba of Benin hosted a special party for children at the palace in Benin City. Representing the Oba of Benin, Chief Osaigbovo Osawonyi, the Akenua of Benin, alongside Chief Victor Igbineweka, the Osayuwa Oba of Benin, advised the children to remain disciplined, respectful and dedicated to their studies in order to become responsible leaders in the future.
When you go to school, take your studies very seriously. Omonoba wants you to do your assignments. Obey school rules. Omonoba wants you to respect your parents. In the morning, you will wake up, go and kneel down and greet your father. Good morning in your language.
The event featured various entertainment activities, including dancing, games and refreshments for the children, while palace chiefs, parents and other guests joined in the celebration. Some of the children expressed happiness over the rare opportunity to visit the palace and celebrate Children's Day in such an atmosphere of fun and excitement.
I'm happy to be here. I am so happy I came here. This is the first time I am coming to the Oba Palace. I am so grateful. I thank the Oba for organizing this party. I am here to say how happy I am to be in Oba Palace on Children's Day. I am happy the first time for me to enter Palace.
From Benin, Osamudia Osage, ITV News.
Still on Children's Day, the much anticipated 2026 ITV and Radio Children's Day Party, popularly known as Children Pepe, has been celebrated in grand style at the corporate headquarters of ITV and Radio along Airport Road in Benin City. The colorful event brought together pupils from various schools and featuring exciting games, cultural displays, free eye screenings, dance competitions and several other entertainment activities. As Jolade Ojo reports that the winner in different competitions went home with exciting prizes.
The managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Abaseki, who declared open the 2026 ITV and Radio Children's Day Party, popularly known as Children's Pepe, noted that the annual Children's Party is part of the station's initiatives aimed at promoting the well-being and development of children.
Our darling station, Independent Television and Radio, have kept faith with this day, and we have dedicated this day to celebrating every Nigerian child.
Excitement, fun and celebration filled the atmosphere as children from different schools showcased their talent at the event. The Executive Director Operations, Chief Elder Ogbede Nwose, in company with the Director Independent Radio, Pastor Dan Omozusi, took the ceremonial salute during the march past by competing schools. Fame Preparatory Christ Academy won the march past competition.
This is what we're talking about. Energy. Preparatory. Remember, you have three.
The event featured a variety of activities including free eye checkups, cultural dance presentations, energetic dance contests, nursery rhyme performances, and word formation competitions. In her remarks, the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, encouraged the children to remain focused and continue striving for excellence in their academic and personal pursuits.
On behalf of the management staff of Independent Television and Radio, I truly and sincerely appreciate you all for honoring the invitation to celebrate another Children's Day with us.
The father of the day, Bishop Charles Okundige, represented by Mrs. Ouamere Adiza, alongside sponsors of the event, commended ITV and Radio for sustaining the yearly initiative.
Continue to be disciplined children and take academics seriously.
In order to fulfill our corporate social responsibility, we decided to partner with Independent Television and Radio on this platform to delight you.
On behalf of Jonasco Technical Enterprise, I'm honored to share this Children's Day with all our special children.
At the end of the keenly contested event, winners in the various categories were presented with exciting gifts and prizes.
I feel very, very, very happy. I'm so excited that our effort was not in vain.
I jumped. I wanted to even cry because I didn't expect it. All thanks to ITV.
I pray to God that today I will collect the first, and I took it. Thank you, Jesus.
Delivering the vote of thanks, the Executive Director Operations, Chief Elder Ogbeide Uwonwose, appreciated guests, sponsors for their support and contributions towards the success of the event. From Benin, Jola Diljo, ITV News.
Away from Children's Day now to political matters, where the Nigeria Democratic Congress, the NDC, has clarified that its presidential, National Assembly, governorship, and State House of Assemblies primaries will still hold nationwide on May 29, 2026, despite the adjustment caused by the Eid al-Kabir holidays. The party stated that the decision became necessary due to transportation and logistical disruptions triggered by the festive period, including flight unavailability, which left many aspirants and members of the screening committees stranded in Abuja after the screening exercise. In a statement issued in Abuja, the NDC National Chairman, Senator Moses Cleophas, explained that May 28 will now be devoted to arrivals, documentation, with the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and security agencies, consultative meetings and other preparatory activities ahead of the primaries. According to him, party teams deployed to the states are also expected to use the day for engagement with stakeholders, elders, and aspirants. Cleophas, however, warned that no state institutions or security agencies, including the police, the DSS, and INEC, is expected to participate in any of the May 28, 2026 activities. We take you to Osun State, where 2 yet to be identified undergraduates have been killed in a suspected court attack in Ede area of Osun State. According to the report, some cultists who were on a revenge mission forced their way into the apartment and started attacking them with dangerous weapons. The spokesperson of the Osun State Police Command, Abiodun Ojelabi, confirmed the incident that the students sustained varying degrees of injuries, and 2 later succumbed to their injuries. It was added that the injured victims have been hospitalized and were currently receiving treatments. He, however, noted that 1 person was killed as investigation is still ongoing. Let's take you now to Imo State, where the boyfriend of the murdered nursing student, Wendy Achumba, remains in police custody as investigations into her killing continues. The Imo State Police Command confirmed on Wednesday. The command has earlier announced that arrest of 2 suspects, Oyema Okonkwo and Emmanuel Onyekachi, over the killing of the 21-year-old student of Our Lady of Mercy Nursing School in Umulogo in the Oboro local government area of Imo State. According to the police spokesperson Okoye, Preliminary investigations are ongoing while they await results of the fingerprints evidence recovered from the scene of the crime and other forensic examinations. Sources privy to the case claimed that the boyfriend was the person who initially reported the incident to the police but was later detained as a prime suspect during the early stage of the investigations. Okoye noted that Okonkwo also implicated Emmanuel Onyekachi as an accomplice to the crime, alleging that both men raped the victims before killing her after she recognized the both of them. Let's take you through business, where oil prices bounced higher on Thursday while Asian stocks mostly fell as the US strikes on Iran marked the latest test on a shaky ceasefire in the Middle East war. The price jumped, erased much on Wednesday declines to the hope of an imminent deal to end the conflict that has both halted shipping through the crucial Strait of Hormuz for months. An American official said that the military had shot down 4 Iranian drones and struck a control center in the southern city of Bandar Abbas. The development came despite the Iranian officials saying that renewed hostilities with the United States were unlikely and a threat from U.S. President Donald Trump to finish the job if the peace deal was not reached. The mixed signal underscored the fragile state of talks aimed at ending the Middle East war, which has profoundly shaken global energy market. Economists also warn that the central banks may have to raise interest rates if inflation worsens as a result of the war, increasing borrowing costs and potentially weighing on economic growth. Let's take you through the exciting world of sports, where the Reggae Boys of Jamaica defeated India 2-0 in the second semi-finals of the 2026 Unity Cup in London, United Kingdom. Goals from Clark Courtney in the 8th minute and Kahim Dizon in the 78th minute secured the win for Jamaica following the win against India. The final will now be between Jamaica and Nigeria's Super Eagles on Saturday. India and the Warriors of Zimbabwe will contest in the 3rd place match, which will be decided on Saturday also. To reach the final, the Super Eagles overcame Zimbabwe 2-0 thanks to a brace from debutant Femi Aziz. Both the Super Eagles and Jamaica faced each other in the 2025 Unity Cup final, which the Nigerian team won 5-4 on penalties after 90 minutes ended 2-2. While Eric Charles' side will be gunning for a 4th Unity Cup title, Jamaica will be eyeing their 1st title. And that's the size of our package on the news for noon. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. From everyone here, happy holidays.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where we discuss things pertaining Nigeria, pertaining women, pertaining men, and pertaining the children. We discuss everything pertaining the family, brothers and sisters, things that are positive to us. Or if they're not positive, we'll try to find solutions or give advices on such things. And of course, today, to do one of those things, to talk about one of those things, is the Japa syndrome. But before I go into the topic properly, I'm going to let you know who is talking to you. I am Patricia Uremu-Gabriels, and thank you for joining us on WIC. And so today we're going to be looking at Japa Part 2. We had discussed Japa on this table before, and so we're continuing it because you all out there wanted more on this Japa syndrome topic. And so we're going to be talking Japa Part 2 today. And to do this with me on my right, I have Chinyere Okorafor. Chinyere Okorafor is a journalist, and so she's going to be discussing and sharing her own opinion on Japa. Chinyere, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And then also I have Gift sitting very prettily. I have Gift Furera. Yes. Gift Furera is a professional chef, and Gift Furera, her name, of course, is an Arabic name. So I have always wanted to know the meaning, and she has always shared the meaning with me. She says, is a beautiful flower. And she's sitting very pretty. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Okay, so of course I have Esther.
The food lady.
Esther is laughing. I have Esther Unen.
Yes.
Esther Unen is an educationist and a proprietress, and also a food advocate.
For men.
For men. She advises that we give our husbands, our men, very good food. And she is from that part of the country that does just that.
Justice to it.
Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so today, like I said earlier, we're going to be looking at Japa Part 2 because we've discussed Japa on this table before, and Nigerians wanted us to, share more light on Japa. And that's the reason why we brought it back to the table. So I tagged it as Japa Part 2. But before we continue on this discussion, let's look at what former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan said. He says the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop. Anyway, before we go answering him if it will stop or it will continue, let me ask what Japa is. It's a Yoruba language, so what exactly is Japa? Chinyere? Chinyere is an Igbo lady, from her name, but who has lived so much in Lagos, so she knows the meaning of Japa. What's Japa?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Pat. I live in Lagos, so you hear Japa all the time. So I asked question, and they said it means to flee.
To run,
to take off your shoe and just run. So that's what Japa means. And in the context where it is being used today, it's a serious issue because it has shifted from just fleeing, but to a very massive migration of individuals, families living in Nigeria.
Okay, let's take it from the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who said the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop. Do you believe it will stop, or it has to stop? Do you believe it has to stop?
Well, to me, I believe it has to stop. The reason is because there's an adage, and I believe it's true, that says there's no place like home. Okay, yes, there's no place like home. So it has to stop. But before we say let it stop, what are the basic amenities on ground for it to happen that it should stop? Because the truth is that our leaders, they have actually failed us. They have failed this nation since from inception. So they have not laid down anything reasonable for anybody to look at and say, I'm the slightest opportunity to Japa, I will not. There's nothing. There's nothing. Are we talking about economic hardship? There's nothing that somebody will finish school and there's no job. Even when you get a job, you are underpaid. So they prefer to go and take manual job down there because their pay there is even higher than a bank manager here in Yes. So they, so many factors, and then the insecurity problem, the insurgency, the killing, the kidnapping, is it police brutality that we're talking about? So this, especially the youth, they actually, in the slightest opportunity, they want to japa, because there's nothing that you are giving to them that will say, okay, we should stop the japa. You get to stop japa. You understand?
Okay, let me come to you, Esther. You heard what Gift said. So do you want to agree with the former president who says the japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop?
Yes and no. Yes, if the government put the basic things on ground. Have they asked themselves, why are these youths and families, now it's no longer youth, so anybody that has the opportunity to japa, the person will just, with the family, not even minding what they're going through out there. So I'm of the opinion that it should stop, but based on the ground that the government are ready to put on the basic things, the schools, our hospitals, the roads, our electricity, all this has to be in place, so that people who are jackbarring will stop. Because everybody wants good thing. You want a good life. Go to our hospitals today. It's either the doctors that are on strike, the nurses that are on strike. Go to our schools. I can remember how long I spent in school. A course that was meant to be 4 years. I ended up spending 5 years plus. So is this the country that we are telling our children to stay back? So our government that will hear us today, please, if you want us to stop jackbarring, if that word is correct, please put the basic things in place. Let our country work. We have all that it takes for us to succeed in this country.
Yes.
And we are very hard work. Nigerians are very hard-working people. So if the basic things are in place, if our electricity is in place, Nigerians will not run away.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So as a young lady, Chinyere, if you have the opportunity to japa today, will you japa?
Thank God you asked me this question. Because on social media, when people, talk down on Nigeria, maybe because I'm a journalist, I usually, look at what they're actually criticizing, and I make my position to say, okay, yeah, the government may not be doing right in this area, but there are these other areas too that they are doing okay. So let's do check and balance. So everything cannot be totally bad. If it's all totally bad, we won't even survive. It would be a revolution. So because it's not totally bad, that's why we're still here. So for me as a young person, me personally, I believe in Nigeria. Honestly, I do, because of my the job I do. I am privy to so many information. So I have this idea that Nigeria can work.
Yeah.
It's just that our leaders do not have this political will, to
go
make
straight
things,
to my question.
If you have the opportunity to japa, if I have the opportunity to japa, to leave Nigeria, it to be on a good course, not to just leave and I don't want to come back. Maybe to further my education, or to do something and improve on what I already have, and then I come back and impart in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your take on the japa situation.
Yes.
Let me come to you, Gift. As a mother, if there's an opportunity to send your child abroad for school, with the situation of Nigeria today, would you take that option?
I will. 100% I will. I will not hesitate at all. I will not hesitate because I fear for the next generation. The way things are going. I actually fear for the next generation. What are the things that we have on ground that they will leverage on in their generation? Because it's really paining me, honestly. So I will not hesitate that any of my children, all of them, they them japa. You understand? Because look at it, even infrastructure, nothing. Sometimes I just sit down and say, God, is it that some people will start, will start living under the bridge because the government have not even made any any accommodation, even a low cost, that people will access. Landlords are increasing rent every day. I'm telling you, it's alarming. So let them japa.
Okay, Esther.
Yeah.
I asked her if she has opportunity for her children to go school abroad. If she will. Okay, you are a proprietress.
Yes.
Even though you don't want me to mention you are an administrator, an educationist. Okay. So you advise parents on the activities of the children academically.
Yeah.
Now she has answered as a mother. You as a proprietress, would you advise parents if they walk up to you and say, listen, my child is going to be passing out from secondary school and I'm looking towards sending that child abroad to go to school? What would you advise me?
For me, because I was once in that situation when my daughter finished her secondary school. So my husband, I personally wanted to send her out, but my husband was of this opinion, no, she's not fully matured, because then she was around 15, 16. So if I'm to counsel a parent as at today, I'll tell the parents, let the child finish in the first degree in Nigeria. Before then, or after first degree, the child is emotionally, mentally matured. So that, because yeah, we are talking about jackbarring. A lot is going out there that is not healthy for our children. 15, 16, you want to send the child out there to stay all alone. At that age, the child is still young. There's certain decision that the child will take at the end of the day might bounce back negatively. So for me, as an administrator, I would say, allow that child to finish their first degree in Nigeria. He or she can go out there for a master's. Except you have a reliable person that is going to monitor the activities of that child out there.
Okay, will you still give such an advice even with the situation of what is going on right now in Nigeria? Be honest to yourself.
This is what of course, this was about 4 or 5 years ago, which the situation has not really changed. Like it's worsening, exactly. I put a clause. If you have a family member, a trust friend that will monitor the activity of the child out there, you can release. But in a situation whereby you're just sending your child to Canada 15 years, 16 years, to UK, to America, all alone.
A lot of family will not want to agree with you.
I know.
Because me sitting down here, I'm one of those family that will not want to agree.
I agree,
because
absolutely.
I know I took my son abroad when he was just 16, and he is doing so well right now. So it's a thing of, for me, well, I am not against it.
That's what I'm saying. Opinion differs, okay? So this is personal. I want my child to be emotionally, mentally matured, that can take decisions, certain decisions for himself or herself. So this is me as at today. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. So, but as at this time and point, this is what I would advise. And this is the decision I would take for myself.
Okay, that's your decision, and that's what you'll be advising parents that comes to your school, or parents that want to seek your advice, okay, on the Japa syndrome thing. But I don't think a lot of Nigerians will want to agree with that because of the situation of things going on right now, especially in our education sector. Anyway, we're going to be continuing this when we come after our short break. Please sit. But it's still WIC Women in Conversation. We were discussing JAPA Part 2 because we had JAPA discussion earlier on before. So we're continuing it because Nigerians wanted to really, really understand this JAPA syndrome. And we had the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who says this JAPA syndrome should stop in Nigeria. Coming from a president who probably his children are not here in Nigeria, probably not schooling here in Nigeria. And he's saying that the the Japa syndrome should stop. Well, I don't know how Nigerians are going to see President Goodluck Jonathan on this issue. But we're sitting here representing some Nigerians. We're going to be looking at the Japa syndrome. Let me come back to you, Chinyere. If a man from abroad finds love in you and decides to come take you, with your stand that you believe that Nigeria will be better, Nigeria will work again, would you ask him to come back home? Because there's also what they call Japada. You've heard of it.
Yes.
So will you ask him to Japada so you both can be in love in Nigeria that will work again?
Well, that question will come if I have something I've already built here that is very strong, that me leaving Nigeria may affect the business.
No, you said earlier on that because of the kind of work that you do, you have a lot of information and then you believe that Nigeria will work again. So basing on that, you have the faith that Nigeria will work again. Would you ask him to come back home so that you all can build Nigeria together?
Okay, I see. I understand the kind of question you're asking. But then, well, what I have now, what I'm doing right now, I think I will go with him. I will go with him.
I got you there. I honestly wanted to
get me. You misunderstood me.
Okay.
That I said Nigeria will work does not mean that, like, is how do I put it now? Like, right now is all I don't even know how to put it right now. Like, that I said Nigeria will work
does not mean it's working now.
Does not mean it's working the way we want this to work. But it's a futuristic opinion that
Nigeria would work.
I look at.
Okay, I looked at why I asked that question is because you say, because of the kind of job that you have right now in Nigeria, you are opportuned to have data, you have some information that some of us don't have. And then because of that, even when the Japa, because I asked if you have the opportunity, if the opportunity to Japa comes to you, will you want to go? And you said no, because of your kind of job. So it means that Nigeria is working for you already. So that's why I asked, if you have a man out there who finds love in you, would you advise him to come back home, Japada, so that it's
No, I think maybe you misunderstood what I said initially. What I was trying to portray is that, Japa in the context that we're talking about is relocating.
Yes, yeah.
Relocating finally.
Yes.
For me, I wouldn't want to relocate finally. Not that I cannot relocate. I can relocate on a temporal, arrangement. Like I want to go and do a master's, then I come back.
Okay, now if you find love,
if I find love, why not? I will join him over there. I will join him.
You won't want him to Japan.
I wouldn't want him to come, but if he wants to come and build something here, I will encourage him to come and build it. And like I was trying to say earlier, like if I have something that I have, maybe like I've established a company, something strong. Like right now, I'm still employed. Like I'm still working under somebody. Like it's not like my establishment. It's not a company that I own. So it's easier for me to leave and travel. But if I have something strong here, very strong that is, giving me money, I can encourage him to come here. Or, we'll find a way to do it. I don't know, my opinion might be somehow, but
that's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so let's move on to Japada. There's also the Japada syndrome, which is not that much, but we have people who also have gone and tested and it may work for them with Japada. What would be your advice of a Nigerian who had sold probably their property, their homes, because a lot of Nigerians do that now. They sell their property to go and then they get there, it's not working out the way it's supposed to work out. Will you advise that person to come back and face it in Nigeria? Or you will ask the person, stay put there and dig it out like every other person? What will your advice be?
Well, sometimes people who are already there, even though things are not working out well for them. They coming back is to them is like shame. They don't want to come and face the shame, at all. But it's in two ways, if they can still persist, if they know they will still persist.
Gift, you have the plan to Japan. So President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former president of Nigeria, is referring to you.
Okay.
You have every plan to Japan. Because you are saying if you can persist,
yes, now,
sit down there.
Sit down. Yes.
Make you not come back.
No, if you can persist, because you have already given up everything here. So what are you coming back to fall on? You understand? So it could be frustrating. Some of them, when they come, they might even want to suicide and thinking of something else to do to themselves that is bad. So they should be, since they are already familiar with the issue over there, they should persist. For me, they should persist and push further.
Okay, to you, Esther, now there's this there was this thing happening, especially in the UK, abroad generally, but especially in the UK, where families leave Nigeria, sell the property like we have just said, and then maybe one of them is independent and going to school for masters, like she said, and then I carry my husband and children. And then we've heard and seen when they get there, most of these women start to misbehave because they already know the law, what they gain, that the law favors them over there, and they begin to misbehave. Most times send their husbands out of the home. Let me know. Is it a good thing? Before I go to what the UK government has just passed now.
Is it a good thing for the women to
do that? Yes. So someone said probably she has been bearing a whole lot of things in the marriage. And then when she got there, it's like, okay, this is I want to show you. Yes. Is it a good thing to do?
The question is somehow it's not a good thing per se, and again it depends on what the man also display out there. Nigerian men believe that women are second-class citizens in court. Anyway, not all. So they believe that going over there, it could be the same character he was exhibiting here in Nigeria is the same thing he's displaying out there. So if that is the way for the woman to have some relief, she'll feel. But for me, it's wrong. She should not do that.
Okay, so I think the white people now knows that it is very, very wrong, because some of these men, you just find them in their place of work dead. I'm sure it's the stress from the house. And then when they chase you out on the street in abroad, it's not a place where you want to run to. I have one uncle or one auntie somewhere, and they get frustrated. So, but sometimes when they go to work, you just find them there. I guess that's what, brought about this law that was passed just last week or 2 weeks ago, where the British government have said that if you come in to our country as a partner, as a family, as a couple, you must remain a couple. If you divorce, we send everyone of you back home. Okay, so that's a very, very good one coming from the British government, because of the kind of things that our women are beginning to do out there. Okay, so let's go back to President Ebele Jonathan. Let's understand how do you feel this coming from a man that definitely his children are not in Nigeria? Do you think it's a good advice, or that the Japa syndrome in Nigeria should stop and stop now? Do you think it's a good and a strong advice coming from someone that we all know, of course, his children are not there?
Well, like I said, honestly, his idea is good, but I think it's coming from I don't know how to put it, but
from leadership.
Because
he's a leader.
He's a leader. It's coming from a leadership perspective. You understand? So me, I feel they as leaders, they should be the first to lay down the examples of what they want us to do, as to not japa. You understand? Okay, their children are over there. You understand? Their children are over there. Okay, their children are over there, and the masses, we are here. Their children are not even partaking from all that is happening. If any headache, they will take them overseas. They are not even accessing the medical facilities that they themselves are not concerned about. You understand? So I don't know how you want that to happen. And sincerely, I don't know.
Okay. One word to the youth out there on Japa.
Do what works for you, our youth. If for you to Japa is the best thing, do it. But then if you can survive in Nigeria of today, stay back.
For the sake of the insecurity, one word for those that want to Japa.
For if you want to Japa, if you're very convinced that you want to Japa, do it. I mean, you're very convinced that that place will work for you. It's good that you Japa and just go and be okay.
Okay, gift. For those that sells their property and want to Japa, what's your advice for them?
If you have sold everything and there's nothing that you will come back to fall back to, please persist.
Don't
push. Don't
no,
Japada.
Okay, Japada.
Don't Japada. Push, persist, and let God help you.
Push in a positive way.
Yes.
Don't listen to gift to go and push. If you have sold property and Japa and it's not working, please come back home. Come back home so you don't drop dead while you're pushing. You understand how difficult it is out there too. But to our government, one word to our government. Please, just one word to our government.
Government, wake up and fix Nigeria.
Our government, our city government to make infrastructures, insecurity and all of these things, they should resolve it so that Nigerians will feel safe in their home and not have any reason to Japa.
I will say to our government, please be sensitive and listen to the heartbeat of the people, the cry of the people, and especially the youths. Bring them to the corridor of governance. Let them also have a say. Let them also have their own thing as youths. Let new things be introduced so that we know the difference.
Thank you, Gift. I think you're also a politician. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, for coming on board today. Anyway, to those youths out there that want to Japa, do it the right way. If you want to go to school abroad, it's okay when you go to school abroad. It's very, very okay if you can afford it. Don't kill people to want to do that and don't break your back to do that. I remain Patricia Oyonigegos. Thank you for staying tuned today with us on Dead Blue Eyes.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ogba Masquerade Dance, acrobatic cultural dance, originated from the Gala people of Kogi State, Nigeria. Historically, this masquerade dance is used during the rites of passage, as the masquerade display its energetic dance, which is deeply tied to ancestral veneration and serves as a vibrant expression of religious cultural heritage. This Ogba masquerade dance is viewed as manifestation of deities and ancestral spirits. The masquerade performance requires immense agility and strength, featuring rhythmic, well-rehearsed body movements that are guided by traditional drums and gongs for performance. This Ogba masquerade dance has evolved into a popular cultural exports showcased of festivals, burials of noble individuals, and community events across various regions of Nigeria. The dancers typically wear brilliant, distinct attire to embody the spirit of the masquerade, while thrilling audience with their impressive footwork. for a closer look at the energetic footwork and traditional rhythms that makes up Ogba Masquerade performance.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the live studios of Independent Television. It is your favorite weekly current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Ego Sagmalao, your anchor on the show. I must assure you, as usual, every week we dissect a new topics that are relevant to the development of Nigeria. I have very distinguished personalities with me today. I have Honorable Barrister Ben Omodo. He is a political analyst. He is also the senior special advisor to the Speaker of Edo State. He is a man of integrity that you would like to meet on the program today. Nice to have you, Honorable Omodo.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Okay, we also have in the studio a regular face, but we'll not be having you for some time. We're talking about a political and human rights activist, a notary public of Nigeria, and the Edo State Chairman, Nigeria Society of International Law, a chartered arbitrator and mediator, Barrister Patrick Ezekwene. Nice to have you on the program today.
Yeah, thank you, and I thank you for inviting me.
Okay. We also have in the studio a man that we respect so much, a clergyman, a man that leads congregations, is a man that is known as a community leader. He's also a man that is into farming, and he loves to, he always wants us to mention that too. He's also somebody that is a human, somebody that contributes to the development of humanity. Join me, welcome Bishop Loki Omonabiese.
Welcome also.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
We have you two barristers. They want to transfer one to you. Okay, so the topic for today, we are looking at security. We are looking at politicking. I know that for that of the politicking, a lot is happening in the political space in Nigeria. But don't forget it. They are politicking ahead of 2027. And I think Omodo will tell us more. The kind of faith that politicians have is unprecedented. You know, they can begin to predict ahead of years to come. They know they will get there. You know, politicians are very wonderful people. And but some persons are saying that security could be a deciding factor in all elections, even the 2027 general election. That candidate who is able to provide a blueprint that can really tackle insecurity might just be the man. Now, security worries, security concerns is not only in the north, it's not only in the southwest, southeast, it's not only in the south, but communities. In Edo State, for example, we're having new communities coming up. We have Yowa, we have new communities. Insecurity has permeated these new communities. That's the same scenario around the country. Most of these security concerns are in the communities. Communities yearning for development. Some don't have access roads. And so when there is an attack, it becomes difficult for policemen or security agents to quickly go there. So we're going to look at security concerns, because you cannot be talking about governance, talking about politicking, talking about elections when your home is under attack. So I will just start with Honorable Ben Omodo, who is a seasoned politician. Now, do you think that Nigerian politicians are even thinking of these security concerns? Nigerians are worried. Nigerians are unhappy with all these attacks here and there.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Security issue has to do with everybody. Whether you are a politician, you are into any form of business.
Okay.
You have the rights to your security, whether anybody likes that or not. But let me make it very clear that the state government in particular this current administration. Let me add this because it's a charity starts at home.
Okay.
Governor Okpogolo has done well in the area of security, because some people will say, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because if you count years back, you will discover that our youths are killing themselves.
In terms of
instead of court war and so many things. You can't even walk at night. Small boy will just tell you, do you know who I am? But try that now. Just threaten anybody. You're going for it.
Yeah, because there's no phone number they are displaying.
Yes, now you're going for it. So you see that area, the governor has set up a template. Then if you bring it back home here, where I reside, Oredo, where I reside, the honorable member representing Oredo West, Dr. Richard Edosa, often hold what we call security meeting with this community.
Okay, we'll not allow you to talk about
okay, sorry, sir. I'm just using it as a reference purpose. Okay. I'm just making a reference to him. Now, you see that if you go all out to that area, you will discover that because of that security summit that particular honorable holds with his constituents, he has been able to bring in at least some sense of security in those areas. Then having said that, I believe that politics, every politician is thinking in line to see that our environment is secure. Because if the environment is not secure, who are you going to rule? Who are you going to campaign to? You need a secured environment. You need a secured environment. And I believe that the 2027, just like what you said, the deciding factor will be security. Everybody who wants to come on board must be able to tell us how and when, how. And I believe that this current administration has been able to do so. And I also believe that by the grace of God, we are getting there. We'll soon get there, because security is not something you can just tackle in a day. He goes with time, it clears up. But we also as citizens, we have a responsibility. We do have a responsibility, because if I see this my brother doing wrong thing, I should be able to inform the authority. But because it's my brother, I will not. I'm also a beneficiary of what he's doing. I will not say anything until one day maybe the law caught up with him. We'll say, now log na in bad na catch on now. But the truth is that I knew from the beginning, I failed to do the right thing. So every one of us must have this in back of our mind, that it is the security matter is not only meant for government alone. Every one of us is involved. We are all involved. So we must be able to protect our environment first. Before we start throwing finger, the president did not do this, the security agent did not do this one did not do that, this one did not do that. We must be able to do so first.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks. That's Honorable Ben Omodo. He's a politician, and he's just told us that politicians really are also worried, because they believe that they cannot politic in an environment that is not safe. But there's one issue that you didn't comment on. You just quickly comment on that before I allow my other guests to comment. Why is that politicians have so much faith? They'll be projecting that they will become governor, they will become president. It's also a number of why do they have that kind of faith and belief? Because you are a politician. I want you to give us the mind of a politician, how they think.
Sometimes, let me say that we are miracle workers. Why did I say we are miracle workers? Is that we have the ability to think ahead. Because you must be able to look at the future today and you work it out. If you are a strategic thinker, you should be able to have a good plan to think ahead. And the only thing I don't agree with is when maybe you are thinking ahead, it didn't fall the way you think, you start resolving to violence. That is where I have a challenge with.
Okay.
But as far as I'm concerned, we are, like I said earlier, in code, we are miracle workers. So that's
you explain that one more. Thank God we have a man of God, a clergyman, and Ms. who will tell us the kind of faith, whether your faith is drawn from the because I'm all amazed when a politician will tell you in 5 years' time I will be governor, I will be this, and as if they are God, as if they own their life, as if they own the future. Okay, we have Mr. Patrick Isikwene with us. looking at what is happening security-wise, do you think our politicians are really ready?
Well, I can say without fear of favor or intimidation, they are ready. The issue of security, I want to contrary view, will not be deciding factor of who will be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria of this country. Okay. No, anybody that tells you that is a dreamer. It's not serious.
How do you mean?
Yes, I have to tell you.
Because there is no security in Nigeria.
Yes. I'm not saying there's no security in Nigeria. I'm not saying that there is. But what I'm trying to say is that whoever tells you that is thereby doing what I might call abysmal ignorance. Of course it is. Because the issue of security is a serious business. It's a serious matter. And if you check the issue of security, it's a global problem. It's a global one. It's not just Nigeria. You have terrorism everywhere. These are militaries. Well organized, coordinated. And the ISIS have boasted to eliminate the Christians in Nigeria. And you saw what the committee was set up by America, the lawmaking body there, to look at issues.
Let's look at internal security.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming down. I'm bringing it. I'll come down. I'm trying to draw link to what I'm just saying. Okay. It's not a joke. Because Nigeria is a state. It's a issue of Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigeria now. Yes. And it's not what I'm talking about. Yes. The president has them to Trump. The committee just indicted some persons in Nigeria that the military and the police collide with these militaries. Some persons, yes. Yes. In the issue of terrorism, fighting crime.
So those are the bad eggs that must be fished out.
In fighting security issue, that's why I said nobody can be trusted, not even you. I don't know where you belong. When Block was there, he said, even some of my members are members of Boko Haram. He said it. And they were just indicted them here. It's not a joking matter. That's why this man ISIS was just killed. He's on the command based on Trump action over Nigeria issue. So it's cut off. Nobody just sit down and tell you to come and do. The president and cabinet is a service chief, sack them and bring back. What is somewhere, even a general, military general, try somebody. Well, it's not as easy as that. When you are there, you know what is involved, not by talking.
So you think a politician that does not have a blueprint on tackling security, you think Nigerians will even look the way of that person?
Because they have not been, they are not a blueprint. Which blueprint? We're talking about practical terms. When you are there, you see a different ball game entirely. It's not what you're talking. Because we have to learn. This war killing moving, there are some who sponsor the work of some state terrorism. Some states have been sponsored. These are high profile, well equipped, attacked and get what they want. It's not, they don't fight with gun. Nobody can boast like attack security. That's why the federal government, they fight hard to make sure they contain them. Even have to appeal to America to assist them. It's not a joke. That you don't be there, you say you do this, you do this, you do this. You're like a child. Say if I'm big, I can buy, I will do this. That's just your baby. Come in there. He says, what I said, I was saying that you cannot trust anybody. Like Osama bin Laden, are you aware they killed him? When America was paying so much money to get him. To get him. If the point paid money to anyone who hid him, they collect money from America and use it for Osama bin Laden to take care of him. You don't trust anybody. That's the truth. So all these people you are saying, don't trust them. You have some saboteur. So the easy thing you just say, I get into power, I fight outside. Security is everybody's business. Well, you are doing your best, involved all you can. People just set up. I was not about last. It's about a week now. We just had for the first time on the Secretary of Armland. Yes, advisor to coordinate along with the national security advisor. This is idea job.
So it's not only Ribadu that has the power.
No, yes, what I mean. So you have to keep on building. Anybody that will say is if I come down perform miracle, he don't know what he's talking. And the matter of fighting security is not as easy as that. In the state here, let's go to the state now. The government tries so much. There's one security meeting I attended, and I saw what happened in the government house. Okay. I can give the governor clap, I can beat my hand in the clap for him. He has tried. That's why I see of courtesy, so many things are coming to play. Once you are there, they video you. No? And once you confess, just saying they bring out your bidding. It's a deterrent. It's not a joking matter. That's what judiciary has solely behind him in the show of the way they fight courtesy. It's not a joking matter. These are practical attempts. Sometimes he has tried. So many he has tried as can. Sometimes you have to lead the demolition by himself. So it's no joke. So he's trying to touch anybody, even high profile, whatever, trying to do anything to. I don't want to mention him. Yes. There's one hotel he almost brought down. Here almost fall. But after much here, we don't know what will happen again. So the governor is out and not his best. How many times this came up, they presented a vehicle to the police?
Yes.
Yes. Well equipped for the police. That is why the only way I can blame the president, but as I can, it's like somebody boasting now that if I come into a remove subsidy. Who tells you that? You remove subsidy. That means they should not give Nigeria to a rule, that they don't know where you are. If you remove subsidy today, Nigeria will collapse. Where they don't have money to finance their project? What the state project, the federal project, know how much involved? Okay, thank you, Vice President. So what I'm trying to say, it should not be a turning factor. There's different, because they have not been there. When you get there, we tell you, I don't know, this is...
Okay, we'll come back to, let's get the opening remark of Bishop Lucky Omonabiese, looking at insecurity and politicking. Do you think insecurity, any politician that can really tell us how to tackle insecurity might just get the nod of the people?
Well, thank you. I was saying, okay, any politician that can give us some, let me say 50% blueprint that can give Nigeria 50% relax so that they can sleep at least will be having some upper hand against the opponent. We are starting at Ovia Northeast, at Yowa. You see, as last time I saw some disturbing video, how they broke into, they knocked the person's house, and the person thought it was they don't even open his gate. They jumped inside, used God to open the door, carried the woman, took her away with our 2 children. Then later released the 2 children after press or ransom and killed the woman. And I started making live video before contact some people, before later I know the police, the ECP itself, one of them came to the bush and started looking for it. Till now, we have not seen the dead body of that woman. Because this security in this aspect, like Iyowa, all those villages, is very tight. It's very worse. It's a worst one because why? No electricity, no good road, and the people in that place are not sensitized. And we that are able to have little knowledge of it, we are the one organizing with the state vigilante to make sure we're able to put our put together and do it right. Then anybody that can come and bring a support, I'm talking about government support, we as landlady will start this journey. This is your support to help us to boost it where the people in that locality will follow that person. That the fact that we just told that they know before, who have been that government, who have not come to rule for them, who do not care that they exist, there will be problem. Because if a city council, a city as assembly now, in my area, who are not even able to visit us upon the battle we are seeing in that area, and you come to yourself and tell us you are going to give us whatever. No, we have told that point area that no more rice, no more quality of rice, or we don't need anything for anybody. we are ready to make sure what is paining or what is biting or deal with it. Give us support, give us everything. We will do it by ourselves. You just give us support. We need your support. If you cannot do that, then you will not see any vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you've seen that my guests, they are all expressing mixed opinions on the program. That's the way it is. You know, insecurity is a monster, and so many Nigerians are very uncomfortable with the situation. But we'll talk more on this very bedeviling situation after this break. Okay, nice to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Agbolao. I have with me Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. I also have Barrister Patrick Isekwene, and of course Honorable Ben Omodo. Why we took that break, behind the scene, Honorable Ben Omodo was just advising Bishop Lucky Omonabiese that even at Iyowa, or some of these communities are having these very biting security lapses, that they can look for the representative in that particular area, maybe in the Edo State Assembly or whatever, that they can work with, you know, to actually tackle the problem. These are localized problems, but we know that the state government will also do something, because when we hear things like this, you know, insecurity where landlords are now running away from their houses and becoming tenants is very disturbing. Okay, Ben, now this is a monster. Insecurity is a monster. Though, as Mr. Patrick says, is not peculiar to Nigeria. But we've seen, we have videos on social media, different communities, one insecurity problem, one security lapses, one problem or the other, and people are unhappy. So what do you think is the way forward?
Well, like I said earlier, the way forward is let every one of us be well informed. Because if you are not informed, you'll be deformed. If you don't get involved, you'll never know what is coming next. So my simple advice is very clear that both the political class and we on the other side, we need to work together. There must be a synergy between every partner. The landlord that is renting his or her house must be able to profile his or her tenants. In order to West here, somebody did that. He was able to go down to the community and say, let me meet with the landlords and landladies. Profile who is living in your house so that we know where the problem is coming from. He provide them street lights, power bikes for security issue. Get me involved. If you need finance, get me involved. This is how it's supposed to be. You don't just sit down, you complain. Let us, every one of us, engage our representative. Because from the councillors to the local government chairman to the House of Assembly members, the National Assembly members, let's engage them. The ones that are closer to us here, let's engage them. Because I don't want a situation whereby one day we wake up, everybody will say, my roof don't run come off from my house. You get the point. Yes, sir. We must be able to sit down to discuss. And let me also tell you, like what I said earlier, I have not slipped my ground, Mr. Belao. Sometimes my friend is involved. Because it's my friend, I'm benefiting from that thing. I will refuse, deliberately refuse to say the truth because I am benefiting from it. These are the things that we must first conscientize ourselves, ask ourselves the truth. Is Barrister Patrick ready? Is Benedict ready? If I'm ready, I should be able to say the truth. If my friend is involved, friend, this thing you do, this thing you are doing is bad. If he refused to take my advice, I should be able to report to the authority. The authority don't need my name. There are places you drop information, and the information will go in, and they will get you arrested and prosecuted. We need to clean our environment. My simple advice is that please, let every one of us, both the religious leaders, you see another problem challenge you may have here, is the religion leaders. Sometimes, because it's my church member or it's my faith, somebody in my faith, we shield that truth. We don't want to talk about it. Don't even go there. We should be able to say things the way they are, even inside the church. The pastors, the imam, every one of us will speak the truth to the people. Educate them. The church is like a school, not just preaching for offering and tithe. Let's educate our people on security matters. Even politics. In those days, they tell us you don't go into politics. That is a sin for a Christian to play politics.
There's a dirty
and today we are all lining up, inviting them to come to our Thanksgiving. Why will you invite somebody that is dirty to come and give you offering?
That is old school.
Old school, but this is the reality on ground.
Because we had a clergyman on this program who said he told his members that they must all join different political parties.
Yes, some of them are still doing that. You get the point. We have to be involved. When you are in the system will have no choice than to fix itself. Because the right people are inside the system. You cannot be talking from outside and say, go and change this situation, go and change this. Every one of us must be involved. And that is my point.
Thank you very much. Barrister Patrick Sekwene, this monster must be tackled. Monster of insecurity. It's actually crippling the economy. Many persons are afraid to invest in Nigeria. They are afraid to invest in Edo State. They are afraid to invest in Lagos. They are afraid to invest in states in the southwest. They are afraid to invest in the states in the north. Insecurity is a monster that must be tackled.
Yeah, well, our constitutions are grand norm. It's clear on that. It's not a thing we just say, we are just saying for saying sake. It's there, there's a constitutional backing. Section 14 of our constitution grand norm made it clear that the primary duty of a government is for the security and welfare of the people. If you are not taking care of security, welfare, hunger, then you have no business being in government. So it's not a thing that government can toy with. It's constitutional provision I just cited. It's there.
Of course.
So yes, you must, as a government, take it serious. Don't treat it with levity. Such issue, you must take it serious. So what I'm trying to say is that government should make everything possible. They can create different vigilante groups. Also encourage local government to have their own vigilante group. Then the community too, to have their own. All these things we assist in curbing crime to never minimum, criminality to the nearest minimum.
Yeah.
Then spend money. Like what I said, the government also try when it gives vehicle to tackle security.
But those vehicles, are they being monitored? After the governor has given vehicles to different security agencies, are the vehicles monitored? The usage of such vehicles?
No, there's so-called Nemo did that in Kasaswa. You cannot give what you don't have.
Exactly.
If I give you a car, and that's you, I don't give you this car as a gift as you do. And it consumes fuel of 200,000 every day. Can you afford it? And your for maintenance for your ITV is just all you have a day is just 10,000. You see, I want to come and maintain you for you. How much do you think control police gets? All people like only to maintain vehicle. It's not possible. that the car is suffer. There are times you have to raise money. Go to checking point to look for whoever is in trouble.
No, that's a very serious allegation.
No, what I mean is police also go.
Police mount checkpoints to ensure that there's security.
Yes, sir.
I'm not aware of any other thing.
There they tell you you can also assist them that we find this vehicle low. Out of your own good, we can, as a good Nigerian now, because security is everybody's a business, we are stakeholder. You see, people are stakeholder.
Of course, you have to assist them.
If you have 10 liters, you give them.
Of course.
I'm not telling you. That is not a crime. So what I'm trying to say is that how much does the commissioner of police get as their interest to run his office? If the commissioner of police gets 1 million, and to run issue of this fuel is about 10 million. What do you want to do? The vehicle will suffer. But no, that doesn't matter. Myself sitting here, if I don't spend a day in a month for a fuel, it's not less than 400,000. If my salary is 70,000 in a month, my car will suffer. No, I'm not giving an instance. So you cannot give out what you don't have. So don't blame the police. Whatever you see the car, you manage it like that because it's a gift. So the way you go about it is left for you.
Okay, thank you, Second. We'll come back to you. Bishop Lucky,
yes, sir.
The way forward. Now, I know that we cannot exhaust it, but let's talk about it. Insecurity is a problem. What do you think can be done, especially in the different communities?
Now, number one, the government to engage the people that call themselves Okaigilis and the Odiowilis in those communities. They need to be involved. Like we are living in Yoga, we the people are the one and organize everything. But the one putting money from our pockets, struggling to make sure it work.
Than to do vigilante.
Yeah, we don't even know our councillor. We have not seen the man face to face. We don't even know where he is. He comes in the afternoon, disappears after 1 hour. Then now he are giving me blueprint saying we should look for the man. Yeah, I'm also going to tell people we have to put people on ground.
Yeah, that is one of the benefits of this program now. Any just should look for them.
Anytime the man blizzard, we have to block the road. Oga, come. You cannot be enjoying AC and we are sleeping well. There is after they engage on this, the government should give them bikes, give them money to buy fuel.
Okay, thank you, Bishop Lucky. We'll come back to you. We have to quickly take this break now.
Yes, sir.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This
What a delight to have you on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. I'm grateful to our viewer out there for spending their 60 minutes with us, or part of their 60 minutes with us, and of course my wonderful guest here. Before the break, Bishop Lucky Omonabia advised government to support community leaders in tackling insecurity. He mentioned specifically, and I need to reiterate on this program, the youth leaders in the various communities are referred to as Okayele, and the community leaders are referred to as Odionwe. He said that these persons, government must liaise with them. Government must develop a system where they can function, where they can fit in and help government tackle insecurity in the various communities. Bishop Lucky Omonabia, maybe you have more to add to that before my other guests. Yes.
You see, without these people are not involved,
yes,
you can't overcome security in that community.
Okay. Because
they know the terrain and look at the community, they understand it more than any other person. If you build the house in Okuna, for example, community, you are not an IDG. The IDG knows everywhere. You are just a man who bought a land and built a house. Then by the time these people are not involved, and there's a terrorist attack in the community, they will fold their hands, and the people who bought the land are living, they will not be fighting the battle. Like where I live now, I told you a street in my area where they killed a woman, about 10 houses now, they put for sale, and people park out and become tenant. Because it's a serious matter. Because the community leader is not, he's not concerned because he's not interested, because the government is not carrying him along. And the man, because our councillor there, that guy will bring this sometime on Monday the afternoon, he will disappear anywhere past. But now, thank God for this honorable. Now, I need to tell my people that there's a new development. Anytime you have to put people on ground, anytime that guy brings it, you have to block him.
No, he's not saying you should hold him hostage. No. He said that you need to hold meeting with him.
Listen to me. Yes. You see, when you have a person who's supposed to be doing the right thing and he became stubborn, he refused to do the right thing, sometimes you have to use some action that will make you understand that he was sent there for a purpose. So that you will understand that where he left, where he come to collect vote, the people are dying. The people in the grave will not vote for him. Okay, last week when I saw this video, my family came to stay in church with me because the people was so hot. They came to church. People came to my church and stay because they are nowhere to say. So I had to hold them for that period before the politics died down, before they now went back to their houses. If the councillor in charge of that area was able to be reached, he could have come also do his job. But because the way he moved himself like spirit, come in and disappear, then if we are able to get his calculation how he moves, then we not say, okay, please sir, you are our councillor. This is what we are facing. This is what we want. Maybe after many talk, he will respond. This is all kind of gentleman talk. You can't expect a man that loses his brother and his brother should be smiling when you are talking. Then that is why we have to take some action to get him responsible for why we send it there. God bless you.
I hope Ben's advice will be taken in the positive way. Because people are watching this program. Leaders must be held accountable. We can't rule that out. Leaders must be held accountable. When politicians ask for votes, they should be ready to serve. We've seen, though this program is actually centered around the issues about Nigeria, but sometimes we need to also learn what's happening outside Nigeria. Politicians outside Nigeria in some countries, they are not looking at what they can benefit. They are looking for opportunity to serve the people. And I'm going to start from Ben, Honorable Ben Omodo. Now, politicking. We've established now that insecurity is a problem. Though Barrister Patrick Sekwene says it's not a determining factor, but you said it's a determining factor. Bishop Lucky Omonabia said it's also an important factor. if not 100%, 50%.
Please.
That they need politicians who will come out with a blueprint to tackle insecurity so that people can sleep with their two eyes closed. Now I come to you now, or I ask you rather, Honorable Ben Omodo. Now, our politicians. Now, don't you think they should be thinking of how to develop a blueprint, a workable document that can tackle insecurity?
Like I said earlier, strategic thinking will help every good thinking politician. I always make reference to Oredo West. It was a strategic thinking engagement, political engagement with the communities, leaders, landlords, even the woman selling right there in the street. Engagement. That engagement will give you an insight, will give you an in-depth knowledge of what is happening in your environment. When he did that, he was able to understand that there are some streets that are very dangerous that need street lights. He provided the street lights, even across board. When he did that...
So you are not saying, because I don't want you to just center on a particular word. Or
I'm just making sure that the reference.
Are you saying that leaders
should have political engagement? They should engage.
What the people really need in terms of tackling insecurity. Is that the point you're trying to make? That is
what I'm trying to say, that when you engage with the people, see, just like we say politics is local, crime is also local. Whether we like it or not, it does not fall from the sky. Somebody from the community will sit down and think how to perpetuate evil. So somebody from that community must also sit down to think how to tackle that issue. That's why we have representative as a politician. I believe that when we engage our people, we don't run away from them. We don't just come to seek for votes. When we sit down with them, totally, we'll collect these things, and please not just because we want to collect it and make some cheap political noise. We should be able to tell the people, this is what we can do. Okay, you are asking for 10, I can do 5. We bring in this 5 and see if that thing will not reduce. It will reduce to a barest minimum. And then people will be able to go to their business without being harassed from any angle. Just like what the bishop says about the Okaigile and others. Let me tell you, most of them, there's no, if any Okaigile comes here to tell you that he's not involved in any government, let me tell you the truth, that person is lying. I'm just telling you the truth. Because they are all engaged, they are all being carried along when it comes to their community. It's just that when a man takes up an office, sometimes we don't want to take responsibility of anything. But we should be able to be responsible enough to take responsibility of our actions, even the office we sit on. So as a politician, I appeal to every one of us, both the community leaders and also as a politician, we need to engage. We need to have political dialogue on security matters and any other matters thereto, so that we can bring our environment or give our environment that peace that we need.
Thank you very much. Okay, Barrister Patrick Sekwene. Now let's look at politicking now. We are seeing it's no longer just about defection. Though defection is still going on. We've seen that most politicians, once they lose primaries, the next announcement is that they have resigned from that party. They move to the next party. Is this healthy for our democracy, this kind of movement? And now we've seen even Peter Obi now and Kwankwaso, they've left ADC for the NDC. Their primaries will soon be held. Haji Atiku Abubakar has won the presidential primaries of the ADC. President Tinubu of the APC has also won. Now, just look at politics generally.
Yes, well, I think it's normal.
Okay.
It's normal. See, you have a freedom of association to any of your choice. Okay. The law allows that. You can join in on of your choice. There are several political parties. You can only be forced to remain in one. But let me tell you, all these politicians, they only have alternative. Even before they move to that party, they only have alternative. They're not taking decision. It's not overtaking. It's not at that moment.
Okay, they plan it ahead.
law.
When they win, if they have won, they will remain.
No, I told them, even let's take on ADC. I told somebody some months ago, 5 months. I told them, both sellers, you let bet it. They said, no, they won't invite. They have to unite, fight Nigeria. I said, this people, we unite. Let me go with primary. You don't know whether they're united or not. I said, this one is genuine. They're going to fight it. This is, I said, primary will come. Article, you tell Article to leave for Obi, or Obi to leave Article Pokazo. After that one, you tell you, no, we're going to unite. We're going to win. We're going to run him. We support him. We'll be with him. We don't matter. We have our project. Today, now, where are they? Article now is on its own now. I'm just. Where are they? When you take over Israel, so they have their plan already. That's the politics. I'm telling you that I will make. Once they don't get it, bye bye. They are through that project.
You see what happened in Delta? As the
this is a man that was holding the key of the APC
in Delta State.
It's the man was saying, but today it's laughable. You only have alternative. So it's not that day, not that time. Even issue of defection among office holders. So even violate it. Because like if you want to defect, they are subjected to a lot of change. Most majority, if there is a division, that problem quarrel. Particular one that will receive everyone. Yes. Not just one. Before it's a light defect, or it's religious it. For they will just create one problem. You know, it's a drama. Not right. They succeed. That is circumvent laws. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So that politician, they will tell you, they will bust with your life. We will support him. Our money, finance, at least we won't leave you.
But is this not good for democracy? Now we have multi-party system. Before now they were accusing President Tinubu that he wants to create one party. Now we have several parties that are working, that are politicking.
There no need to have several parties. It doesn't work. There's no need. All Nigeria needs just 2 parties. No need. And then you are here, you're here. You can have 40, they don't have.
Are you talking of what IBBG?
Yes,
SDP and
NRC. Let's see. All these politicians, they are not here or here.
When you say that,
yeah.
Are you saying they don't have ideology?
That is why you see, understood me.
Yeah, no, are you saying they don't have ideology? I want you to answer
that. Ideology does not work in Nigeria. Forget it. Ideology does not have in Nigeria. Forget it. Ideology. A common man, a young man in the street. I don't know about ideology. It's what you can offer. I don't know about ideology. It's the civilized country like America where economics are very sound, good. With the hardship, the economic strength here, where they will recognize poverty as a weapon. You are telling me which ideology? The ideology is like which political party you see from. What are your files? That's what they know. That is the ideology. Ordinary in the civilized world, yes, ideology that will make me make up mind for you to decide where I will vote. But here, what ideology is here a lot of things. Ethnicity, religion. These are controlling factors, not ideology. And your ideology might be not coming to US. They don't give a they don't know what you're talking about. It's either it's my brother, my religious, or my child. That's how it is. And just this election, I'm just talking off record. I've told them before, I've told some person before, 6 months ago. That's why I say I prefer two-party system. No need to disturb ourselves. Because if you now lose, now you're going to that one, no other party for you again. That way you can move the way you want it. It's better. I know some persons some months ago that this election is for 2 persons. You are going to see the election. The rest, they don't exist in the paper. Not practical. Only 2 parties. One person is going for the north, and one of them are men that are going to be northern candidates. You don't forget it. They don't want for the south. I know they go back. Watch the 2 of them.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Yes. Not just in 40 parties. They don't believe we need to.
Okay, we'll come back to you guys.
I'm not giving you
to
defend from one party to the other.
For now, we have multi-party system.
Yes.
Bishop Lucky.
Yes, sir.
Now, you are a religious leader. You are a leader of men and women. Now, looking at the way our politicians move from one party to the other, once they lose primaries in this party, no matter the years they've spent there, they move immediately to another party. Are you comfortable with this development?
Well, as for me, I'll tell you no. You see, that is the reason why today Nigeria is not moving forward. Because the reason why they are there is just for their personal interest. If it's not working in my direction, I walk away. Then I don't care what happened to the people, even though that's why when they are in holding office, most of them don't actually do what they promise in their campaign, because they know that if by the time you are trying to hold them responsible, they can go to one party that will accept them and start to do this negative. Then I support the idea of the barrister. If we have two-party system, and the other law hold that if you won election in this party, you must stay in the party and complete your term. They say that the people that voted for you can hold you responsible for accountability for everything you promised them and your campaign promises. But because there are multiple parties, people don't enter position, choose party A platform to become House of Rep. By the time the committee and the discussion say, Honorable sir, the person of borehole, you need to give us our borehole. You will go provoke and go to another party and now become on the kind of another party and start telling you that you see, I am not with your party, you can't hold me responsible for what I say, because they are now using our head to play game and weaponize poverty to deal with all. And when they come back after 4 years, you see they go for that man in the street that they are making to suffer poverty and give it 10,000 naira. And because the man is hungry, he want to survive, he start survive, he will collect the money and still sell his conscience, you know that he's going to survive for another 4 years, because that is the calculation. Then if there's a law that they can pass that any person that enter a party A platform, you must finish your tenure in that platform. I tell you, Ohusa, you see all this running up and down with stuff, they will now have a better Nigeria, a better future.
Thank you very much, Bishop Lucky. When I say you can get it clearly. Like he's not a politician, so he's talking like a true Nigerian. Well, the program is still on 60 Minutes Nigeria. We'll take a break now and we'll discuss further. Okay, so it's a delight to have you back after the break. Like we said, politicking is on. Primaries, we've seen that of APC, Mr. President. Ahmed Tinubu is still the presidential candidate of the APC, the ruling party. Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president, aspiring to be president, is now the presidential candidate of the ADC. Well, other political parties also have their presidential candidates. Some parties are even coming together to project one presidential candidate. That's to tell you that Mr. Tinubu must do everything possible to actually hold on to his office, because many people are aspiring to take that office. But that's healthy in democracy. If the people want you, they vote for you. If they don't want you, they vote you out. So you have 4 years to right your wrongs, to do what is right, so that people can admire you and keep you in office. Well, we have a politician in our midst. I know that you belong to the APC, but let's talk generally now. Let's talk generally. Are you comfortable with all these defections?
You see, it's a normal thing because the law is very clear.
Okay.
Freedom of association.
Okay.
And if I'm not comfortable sitting with Barrister Patrick, I should be able to leave. But there must be a reason that must be backed by the law to do so. Now, some of them also move because they feel that they can go to one party or wherever they want to go and become the champion over there after they have failed woefully the way they are.
Yeah.
If you look at these primaries that just ended in other political parties, you see that most of the people that defected, they are now defecting from one party or the other, are people, some of them are very desperate for power and they don't have anything to offer. Some of them were given the opportunity during the glory of 2023 election to go for the House of Rep, Senate, and they failed woefully. They could not bring in any development in their area. And such person now wants to come back. Since the party A did not give him ticket, he will look for the lesser party where his money and muzzle can muzzle them and he will become the landlord in that place. Let me tell you, I am not comfortable about, on people moving from one party to the other. I believe that if I must move from party A to B, there must be a genuine reason. And that reason should be all about going there to have a proper negotiation to bring development to my people. My people matters. They come first.
If you ask the people defending, I will tell you that's the reason they are defending.
Some of them we know. Whenever they are speaking the language, we already understand this one is going this way is going to. Because you see some of them now, just like what with the reference we gave just now, somebody just resigned. Why did he not resign before the primaries? That's the question we should ask. Why did he not resign before the primaries and go and test his strength elsewhere? Because he knew from the beginning that he would lose this primary. So he has already made an alternative plan ahead of him. So the truth of the matter is that we shouldn't deceive ourselves. Politicians as we are, some of us have good thinking, while some of us are just there for to get the benefit of the office, enjoy the benefit of the office, whether somebody is dying on the street or somebody is not dying, it's none of their business. That's what I said. Until the followers engage every single representative in their communities, that's when everybody else will open that. If I go to that office, I should be able to come back home with a result. If not so, I know go see road enter my house.
Thank you. Your closing remark, just a quick one.
Well, the issue of security will discuss. It's a very vital one. Like I've started it part of the constitution, and on the basis of our constitution, it made it clear, last Section 14, that Nigeria shall be a country based on democracy and social justice. This is the foundation of Nigeria. So everybody should support it. The government should do everything possible. Support the masses in any way you can by good policies that they can benefit from. So if they are beneficiaries of these policies, I believe in any election, they will vote according to their conscience. They will not vote by selling their vote by collecting money. They do it because they are not satisfied with the former government. They feel that this is an opportunity. Let me have this as my own benefit. So I call the government, both or the federal and states, to take the welfare of their citizens as guaranteed by the Constitution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bloke, I'm going to your closing remarks.
Well, I my advice that the government should understand that Nigeria, we are not lazy. Okay. This thing, we are not lazy. They should just give us a labor environment that we can survive ourselves. Drive this best out of the bush, we go to farm and make our family and eat, make our food. Then give us little support, we can do well. Because Nigeria, we are not lazy.
Thank you very much. Well, that's the program. I must once again commend Honorable Ben Omodon. Thanks for your time and your comments. And Barrister Patrick Isekwene, thank you very much for your comments and your time. And of course, Bishop Bloke Monabia, say thank you very much for your comments and for your time. The program is 60 Minutes Nigeria. If you enjoyed this week's edition of the program, by the grace of God, keep a date with me. Next Thursday, same time, same station, we'll be looking at another topic with a different set of guests. Until then, have a wonderful weekend ahead. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a